the infinite city of the apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51, Qianxuan's plan. That afternoon, after 29 days of travel, the convoy finally arrived at the destination. 5 kilometers away from Qianxuan granary, there were weeds everywhere, and this camp was chosen here. At this time, Qianxuan was drinking mung bean soup with everyone to cool off, and waiting for Wu Wanxing, Wu Wans and others who were going to attend the meeting. I don't know when this weather will end, Sasha complained while wiping the sweat from her forehead. No one paid attention to her. It was not that she disagreed, but she was too hot to speak. Qianxuan was also hot. These 2 days, others liked to chew gum, but she kept chewing ice cubes. At the same time, she was particularly resentful about why she was not gifted an ice magic. When she saw Lu Zhi, who was dressed in a refreshing outfit, she was envious and jealous. She knew that, after practicing internal strength to the innate, that is, the god level, she could be immune to cold and heat, but she was too far away from the god level now. After drinking 2 bowls of mung bean soup in one breath, Qianxuan still felt like a furnace all over her body. She looked around, except for Lu Zhi. Everyone else was a little listless and couldn't muster up the energy. Qianxuan's spiritual power entered the space and took out a box of Wall's ice cream. Holding the steaming ice cream in her hands, Qianxuan couldn't help but sigh comfortably. The people around her also noticed her actions and rushed over. Seeing the wolf light in everyone's eyes, Qianxuan quickly took a box for herself and let others scramble for it. Spoonfuls of icy, cool, sweet and soft ice cream went into their throats, and everyone showed the same expression of enjoyment. However, this enjoyment did not last long, and the ice cream was eaten up. This ice cream is enjoyable when you eat it, but after eating it, a sticky sweet taste is left in your mouth, making you feel thirsty. Now, everyone started to drink water non-stop. Qianxuan was so hot that she took out a cool fan and started fanning it. After a while, she found that everyone's fiery eyes were all on the cool fan in her hand, revealing what they wanted. Qianxuan had no choice but to give each of them a fan. This morning, because they were almost at their destination, the convoy did not rest and kept on traveling. So now should actually be the time for everyone to sleep, but the scorching sun and the hot and dry air made it impossible for everyone to sleep, no matter how tired they were. When Wu Wanxing and Wu Wans came back, they saw the captains fanning themselves vigorously with a cool fan each. Qianxuan first glanced at the expressions of her second uncle and fifth uncle and found that they were no different from usual, so it was impossible to tell whether the result of the meeting was good or bad. Seeing the 2 men come back, everyone stood up. They did not speak, but just called all the captains to a meeting, and Qianxuan was also called. Dozens of people got into the back of a military truck and crowded in to sit down. Before Wu Wanli and Wu Wans could speak, Wu Wanhao couldn't wait to ask, "How is it? What battle plan?" Wu Wanxing frowned and drank the mung bean soup that Qianxuan brought him in one breath. "What battle plan? We have different opinions and are on guard against each other. We can't discuss at all, but we are arguing fiercely." He was furious when he remembered that Qianxu had pointed out in the meeting that the 3 parties stood aside and watched when the red dragon was attacked by zombies last time and were unwilling to cooperate with their team. Hearing Wu Wanxing's words, everyone began to whisper. Most of the people here were military men, so they naturally understood the importance of cooperation in such small and medium-sized battles. Do they want to die? Even Wu Wanhao, who hated the government and the fire dragon, understood that the situation was not possible. They think this is a child's play. At this time, if we don't formulate a battle plan and cooperate with each other, wouldn't that be a joke on human life? Qianxuan was also surprised. The government would not be so short-sighted for a momentary impulse. Thinking about it, she realized that apart from Qianxuan, everyone else, even Qin Xiang, who was born in the Mayfair, was not familiar with this kind of small and medium-sized battles on the battlefield. Didn't Qianxuan come out to oppose? Qianxuan didn't think That man would not care about the life and death of so many government troops. He did speak, but Jiangzu's mouth was too cheap. He aroused everyone's anger with just a few words, and the so-called cooperation was also in vain. Wu Wanxing grinned irritably. It seems that Jiangzu has some little thoughts. Wu Wancheng, who is also a businessman, saw through Jiangzu's unspoken little calculations. Everyone was confused and looked at Jiangzu in confusion. Wu Wancheng's lips curled up with a hint of sarcasm. He is deliberately destroying the possibility of cooperation among the various forces. He knows very well the gap between himself and the government and between us, and there are few Fire Dragon people. If they cooperate, the command will definitely not be in the hands of Fire Dragon and Huzaro. He is worried that the two sides will use Fire Dragon's people as cannon fodder to die in the battle and finally seize Fire Dragon's food. When everyone heard this, they felt that Jiangzu was completely judging others by his own standards. Not only that, Wu Wanse, who had been silent until now, took a sip of the mung bean soup in his hand. Quacheng Granary is built against the western cliff. The terrain there is dangerous and hidden, easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Whether it is a surprise attack or an ambush, it is not feasible for such a terrain. We can only choose to confront head-on and defeat force with force. In this case, we can choose 3 routes: east, south, and north. Because there is no large cover, these 3 routes are actually no better or worse. Moreover, because of this, each route can see the situation on the other 2 routes, and can prevent the other 2 parties from escaping from the battlefield. In the meeting, it has been decided that we, Yingxing will attack from the north, Huxiao will attack from the east, and the government will attack from the south. In view of the small number of Fire Dragons, they will choose a direction on their own like the free hunting team. In this case, guess, will Fire Dragon choose one direction, or divide its troops into 3 routes? What do you mean? Qianming was the first to react. The Fire Dragons have few people. If they are divided into 3 groups, and mixed in with the free hunting team, they will not be noticeable at all. In this way, they can not only trip us up without attracting attention, but also get 10% of the food without doing anything. Even if they encounter dangerous situations, they can use us and the free hunting team as a cover, and their success rate of escape is relatively high. As soon as Qianming finished speaking, everyone was shocked. This Jiangzu is really too cunning. It is completely killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Wu Wanhao jumped up directly. Son of a bitch, so shameless, dare to make such a sinister move. After speaking, he took a few heavy breaths, which showed that he was very angry. Qianxuan frowned. With Jiangzu's interference, the capital's military force will definitely suffer a lot this time. What a short-sighted brainless businessman. Wu Wanhao spat. He only cares about the petty gains in front of him. He didn't think that, if the capital's military force suffered a large loss, those large shelters, that were already unable to suppress, would start to rebound. It is still unknown what kind of changes will happen in the future doomsday, but they actually started to fight for power. It was rare that Wu Wanhao said something that made people look at him with admiration. Although he usually has a bad temper, he grew up in the country's military department since he was a child. Although he was negligent in small matters, he never made mistakes in the overall situation. It's too early to worry about these things now. Wu Wance's words were calm and calm. Does Jiangzu really think I will let him make his plan? At the end of his words, the smile on his mouth deepened, but his narrowed eyes were rarely seen. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and began to sympathize with Jiangzu at the same time. You could pick on anyone else, but you had to pick on this troublemaker again and again. Look, he didn't even know he was at a disadvantage last time, and this time he got himself into trouble again. Zhuangxun. Wu once looked at Qianxuan at this time. I heard you say that magic can only play its greatest role on the battlefield. Similarly, bow hunters can play their best role in the jungle and on the battlefield. So this time, I hope you can fight in the rear of the team as a magician and bow hunter. Qianxuan nodded. This was her original plan. Seeing her nod, Wu once turned his gaze to everyone present. Basically everyone present has reached the 2nd level. My expectation for you is, if your comrades are not in danger of life, ignore those ordinary zombies, and do your best to eliminate those 2nd level zombies. If zombies above the 3rd level appear, cooperate with people close to you to kill them. The same thing, you should also tell your second level psychics. Chapter 52 Preparation. After the meeting, Qianxuan followed everyone down from the military card. Those captains were busy telling their subordinates about the matter. Qianxuan paused, turned around and walked towards an empty tent. After covering the curtain, Qianxuan's mind moved, and she had already appeared in the inheritance world. She did not stop, but went directly to the warehouse, and found a long flat black box. Qianxuan fiddled with the lock a few times, and saw the lid of the box opened automatically, revealing 3 arrows in the box. The 3 arrows were snow white and crystal, as if they were made of ice and snow in winter. Qianxuan reached out, and took out one of them, her expression full of nostalgia. These 3 arrows were carefully made for her by her teacher, when she just started practicing bows and arrows. Although Qianxi can make arrows by himself, the premise is that you can provide a steady stream of energy. At that time, she could not use magic due to the curse, and her fighting spirit talent was pitifully low. Where would the extra energy in her body come from to supply Qianxi? So, the teacher made these 3 arrows for her at that time, named them Zhuxiang arrows, as her life-saving talismans. Although these 3 arrows seem to be beautiful, they are actually made of precious and extremely precious moon demon essence that can contain spiritual power and Hana mine that can ignore energy defense, and they are very powerful. It's just that she has been following her teacher at that time, and she didn't really use these 3 arrows to kill the enemy, but she didn't expect to use them now. If it weren't for the red-eyed monster she encountered before, she wouldn't have thought of using the Zhuxiang arrows. The number of zombies in Qianxuan Granary is so large that it is hard to guarantee that there will not be red-eyed monsters or other more powerful zombies. If there is only one, it's okay, she can solve it by herself, but if there are more than 2, it will pose a great threat to Qianxuan. So, just in case, she thought of the Zhuxiang arrow. After taking out the 3 Zhuxiang arrows and putting them into the space ring, Qianxuan came to the warehouse, where various fabrics and monster furs were placed. After searching for a while, Qianxuan took out 10 pieces of snow python yarn, 2 balls of Xinghe gold thread, and the alchemical prop for making uniforms from Zuo Fan's family. Snow python yarn is thin and breathable, with strong defense, while Xinghe gold thread has a certain immunity to energy. Speaking of which, Zuo Fan's ancestors were really incompetent in naming. The name of this alchemical prop is called Tailor, which is a very embarrassing name. The tailor is 1 meter high and looks like a square box with various magic patterns and formations on it. There is a long and narrow opening at the bottom, and there is a small drawer the size of a fist next to it, and there is also a long and narrow opening on the front. Qianxuan first unfolded a piece of snow python yarn and put it in along the opening at the bottom, then opened the small drawer next to it, put a ball of Xinghe gold thread in, and then closed it. Everything was ready. Qianxuan pressed a small button on the tailor, and with a hum, the tailor began to work. 5 minutes later, a set of uniforms was spit out by the tailor from the opening on top. In this way, Qianxuan spent most of the day, including changing the magic core for the tailor, and rushed to make nearly 200 sets of white uniforms. The reason why black was not chosen was because the weather was too hot. This time, the uniforms made of snow python yarn and Xinghe gold thread were chosen, which were many times better than the defense she had taken out before. At least the sharp claws of the 3rd level zombies could not cut through them. Qianxuan first chose one to try on herself, and found that, although this uniform was wrapped very tightly, it did not make people feel stuffy at all, but very cool. Seeing that it was still early, Qianxuan put on her training clothes, and finished her routine training, then took a shower, and then changed into the uniform again. Before going out, Qianxuan went to see Patian again, and fed her some green mist. Through the absorption of brain core training all the way, her supernatural power has reached the 2nd level, but except that the green mist that can be emitted is a little thicker, a little more, and a little longer, there is no other change. After coming out of the tent, Qianxuan went to find Uncle Wu, threw the remaining uniforms to him, and asked him to distribute them to others. After finishing all the things she needed to do, Qianxuan returned to the tent. However, this time she did not enter the space again, but lay down to sleep directly, to prepare for the next battle. When she woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning, and there were only 3 hours before departure. Because she missed dinner, she was very hungry now. After putting up all her long hair, Qianxuan got out of the tent and found that many people had woken up and came out of the tent because they had enough rest time, but everyone was tacit and there was no big noise. Qianxuan looked around and found that not far away, Sasha, Qianming, Qianian, and Qianqiu had changed into the uniform she gave to Uncle Wu and were sitting together eating instant noodles. It seemed that they had missed the meal. She walked over quietly, stretched out her hand to greet the few people who looked up, and then sat down next to them. "Is there hot water?" Qianxuan took out a box of Master Kang instant noodles and asked. Qianming drank the noodle soup in one gulp and handed her a water stove. Qianxuan took it, unpacked it, put the seasoning packet in place, poured the hot water, and waited for the noodles to be soaked. "I've eaten 3 boxes, but I don't even feel half full." Qianming rubbed his stomach and muttered. His ability is already at the 2nd level, and he is only a little short of the 3rd level, so his appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Listening to his complaints, Qianxuan curled her lips. "Pasta is easy to digest, don't you have anything else to eat in your space ring?" "Yes, there is, but I don't want to eat dry biscuits." Qianming threw away the empty box in his hand and was about to soak another box. Qianxuan saw his pitiful look and took out a box of bayberry rice balls, 2 Texas roast chickens, and a few bottles of 8 treasure porridge from the space, and threw them to him, thinking that these should be enough for him to eat. Qianming didn't bother to be polite with her and opened a bayberry rice ball and stuffed it into his mouth. At this time, Qianxuan's noodles were already soaked and she couldn't wait to start eating. "By the way, Zuan, aren't you and the Falcon team going to act together this time?" Shasha, who had just finished a box of instant noodles, asked. "Well." Qianxuan swallowed the noodles in her mouth. "First, the organization of the Falcon team this time can't play a big role. Second, I want them to experience this kind of large-scale battle and accumulate experience for the future, so I sent them to various combat groups." "You still say?" Qianming licked the rice on his hand. "I had to take care of Shishi, which was already troublesome enough, and you threw Sissy back." Qianxuan rolled his eyes at him. "He's your son, who will take care of him, if you don't take care of him? By the way, 5th brother, your superpower should have reached the 2nd level, right?" Qianxuan turned to ask Qianyun. 5th brother awakened his superpowers before her, so it doesn't make sense that she is already at the 2nd level, but 5th brother is still at the 1st level. Qianyun nodded. "I can now foresee the trajectory of the movement for 5 seconds. At this time, Sasha sucked a box of juice and pulled the uniform on her body. "This uniform is good and breathable. Of course, the fabric used is several grades better than before." Qianxuan finished a box of instant noodles and drank the soup slowly. Everyone chatted about everything for several hours. During this time, Qianxuan ate another box of instant noodles, 2 cans of 8 treasure porridge, 4 bayberry rice balls, 2 small cakes, and half a Texas roast chicken. Although she knew it was because of her supernatural powers, she was still not used to her current appetite. On the contrary, Shasha adapted quickly and was proud that she could eat more delicious food in the future. She was a foodie. At 6 o'clock, it was already bright. Except for some people who stayed behind, everyone packed up their tents, lined up, and walked towards the government camp in front. Because they had to move at the same time, Yinzinkang and Huzao's people had to get to the front before 7 o'clock and split up with the government. 10 minutes before 7 o'clock, Yinzinkang arrived at the agreed departure point in advance. Before them, Huzao had also arrived. The departure time had not yet arrived, and Qianxuan paid special attention to it. The people of Hualong really split into 3 groups. Half of them went to the government, and the remaining half came to the back of Yinzinkang and Huzao's team. It seems that the people of Hualong really hate the government more and focus on them. This time the government will always have more than usual sacrifices. However, Qianxuan looked at the scattered more than 100 Fire Dragon members behind the silver starry sky. Even though there were not many of them, she still felt disgusted and impatient with those who would escape and trip up their comrades on the battlefield. If such despicable people were still alive, what about her amiable and lovely comrades who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield before facing the end of the world in order to protect the country and the people? Chapter 53 Qianxuan is fierce. The three teams spent nearly an hour to see the granary gate from a distance of 1 kilometer because of their caution. At this time, before everyone had time to sight how cleverly the Qianxuan granary was hidden in the mountain, they were shocked by the dense swarm of zombies at the door of the granary. Wu once raised his hand to stop the team from moving forward and then issued a series of orders. The entire team began to cooperate with each other. One by one, the rear defense buildings were built manually. All the offensive psychics in the team were recruited to the front line of the battlefield. The members of Qianxuan who had just seen the effect of fighting spirit training were on the second line, and the rest were on the third line. Qianxuan and Wu once, who was the commander, and the members of Qianxuan who had just seen the effect of magic training, were at the back of the battlefield. After a series of arrangements, the people of Hualong were confused first. After all, most of them were offensive psychics. If they wanted to object, the people of the large number of free hunting teams had no objection, so how could they, a few kittens, dare to have any objection? Qianxuan and the others standing at the back received a lot of sidelong glances. After all, they all had mutated appearances and looked like superpowers, but they chose to hide at the back. But after all, there were not many of them, and no one brought it up. In less than 10 minutes, a series of pre-war preparations were quickly completed. At this time, the superpower troops on the front line had already engaged a large number of zombies that rushed up, and the battle was triggered. Various fireballs, ice spikes, lightning, and water arrows burst out at the zombies in front. The zombies behind continued to surge up, and soon, the second and third lines also began to join the battlefield. Standing at the back, Qianxuan's eyes suddenly shrank, and he opened the thief's eagle eye technique to look forward, and found that the number of these zombies exceeded most of the expectations. It was estimated in advance that there would be more than 50,000 zombies. With their number this time, it would not be difficult to win. However, although the naked eye could not accurately estimate, the zombies that could be seen now were definitely not less than their number. From a distance, Qianxuan saw CC sending out a fire net with a diameter of several meters to strangle all the zombies in front of him, and several Qianming's silver flying knives were flying around to protect him. Yizin was surrounded by thin lightning that paralyzed dozens of zombies. Kang Yuo Fei raised a big knife and swung it. Fire dragons roared and turned the zombies into black ash. The mother and son cooperated tacitly. Nini on the side summoned a big bear to kill the zombies that the two had dropped one by one. Not far away, Dongzi flew at a height of 2 or 3 meters. Small wind blades flew towards the zombies below, harvesting the zombie heads one by one. Below him, Xiao Mu used his immature water-attributed martial arts to cover him, and occasionally used his body to block the threat for him. On the other side, the zombies in front of Ruanming exploded and died without warning, and Yanzu used earth magic to protect her next to her. Lu Zhi was using ice arrows to kill the zombies that were trapped by Lu Chen with wind. The two cooperated very well. After a while, Lu Zhi used ice fog to freeze the zombies' movements, and Lu Chen used wind blades to kill them. Next to them, Ling Ling was holding Wei Wei to prevent her from running around and shooting the zombies trapped by Wei Wei with ice arrows. Seeing that everyone was working, Qianxuan felt that she couldn't be idle either. She held Kangxi with both hands, and with a thought, Kangxi emitted a flash of light, which gradually stretched in the sight of the people around her, until it was more than 2 meters high. Then the light changed and finally disappeared. At this time, the Kangxi that appeared in front of everyone was different from the low-key and inconspicuous two-handed dagger, and also different from the simple and elegant bow and arrow. The body of the staff was dazzling silver, and it was covered with mysterious magic patterns. The tip of the staff was the magic core of the light, dark, and space 3 series god-level magic beast Kang He Beast, which was as big as an adult's fist. The black, white, and silver 3-color mist was swirling and entangled in it, giving people an elusive sense of mystery. Gorgeous and elegant, noble and mysterious, these 8 words seemed to be specially created for Kangxi at this time. Qianxuan ignored the stunned people around him, held Kangxi tightly with his right hand, closed his eyes, and enveloped the entire battlefield with his mental power. Suddenly, Qianxuan's eyes opened, bursting out 2 silver lights, and waved his right hand, and a stream of poisonous fog wandered towards the zombies on the battlefield. Unlike the previous poisonous fog, with the help of Kangxi, Qianxuan's mental control power was unprecedentedly accurate. Those poisonous fogs were like alive, bypassing his comrades, and heading straight for those zombies. It was seen that where those seemingly harmless black smoke passed, one zombie after another was corroded and evaporated, leaving only brain cores falling into the grass. In just this one move, at least several thousand zombies were eliminated. On the battlefield, the frontline personnel who witnessed everything happening were in a commotion. At the same time, some people from the government and Huzio also noticed the abnormality on the battlefield on Yunzin Khan's side, and spread the news to the people around them. But in a moment, no matter near or far, most of the people on the battlefield turned their eyes to Qianxuan, waiting for her next move. Seeing so many people not paying attention in the battle, Wu once picked up the military communicator and shouted, "Attention, don't be distracted in the battle." One after another, the people in the front retracted their eyes and returned to the battle, but they always looked at Qianxuan out of the corner of their eyes. On the other side, the government and Huzio were in the same situation. Qianxuan ignored it, closed her eyes, and her mental power moved forward again, covering the back of the zombies. At the same time, the surrounding space magic element surged towards Kangxi. 5 minutes later, she felt that all the element in Kangxi were neatly arranged and ready to go. Qianxuan's mind condensed, her eyes slowly opened, and Kangxi gently waved, and a space tier gradually formed above the back of the zombies. Unlike the silent weapon used in previous battles, at this time, the space tier had a large number of space element gathered by Kangxi, and the space became more and more distorted, and finally formed a black vortex-like hole more than 10 meters long, like a big mouth, that sucked in the zombies underground and crushed them. This time, everyone saw this terrifying scene, and the eyes looking at Qianxuan were no longer just curious, but real fear. Although invoking, Jiang Shaoyang, Qin Saiyang and Jiangzu were also shocked by the scene in front of them. They wanted to explore Qianxuan's abilities more. At this time, their attitude towards Qianxuan was no longer just curiosity after a little attention, but they treated her as a powerful person. Qianxuan didn't pay attention to everyone's views on her at all. At this time, her mental power was highly concentrated, and the poisonous fog and space tier were thrown at the zombies in turn, destroying waves of zombies. Soon, half an hour passed, and the battlefield was still in a stalemate. Qianxuan took the bottle of mineral water thrown by Wu Wanse, unscrewed the lid, and drank most of the bottle. It was only a little after 8 o'clock, but the sun was already getting hot. She had been casting magic, and didn't notice it before. Now she realized that she was sweating all over, and felt very uncomfortable. Qianxuan was just about to rest for a few minutes when she saw people in front of her helping the wounded to the back one after another. Qianxuan sighed and walked over to direct them to put the wounded together. Although those people didn't understand her intention, they didn't dare to object to her toughness before, so they did it obediently. Looking at the hundreds of wounded gathered together, Qianxuan took a deep breath. She closed her eyes and locked them with her mental power. She opened her eyes in a moment, raised the Kangxi, and waved it at them. Those wounded who were still conscious were startled by her actions, remembering that she had done the same action before, and the result was rows of zombies falling down. At this moment, seeing her identical actions, they subconsciously wanted to escape, but they couldn't move because of their injuries, and couldn't even stand up. Their hearts tightened, and they closed their eyes in fear. However, for a long time, they did not feel the expected pain before death, but felt warm all over and extremely comfortable. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves and others in a soft white light, and the wounds on their bodies were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qianxuan was focused on releasing the blessing of light, and did not notice the movements of the wounded before, nor did she know that these people regarded her as a murderous female devil. When the light faded, she saw that the wounded were almost healed, but they looked at her with tearful eyes. Qianxuan was speechless. No need, she just helped them heal their wounds. There was no need to be so moved that they would cry. How could she know that the tears in these people's eyes were not because they were moved, but because they were excited about escaping from death? Chapter 54 Baby Zombie. Fortunately, although they were wounded, no one actually died. So Qianxuan only used the light blessing a few times to heal most of the people. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Qianxuan moved to his original position. Halfway through, he suddenly thought of something, paused, and quickly ran to Wu once. Uncle Wu, haven't there been any zombies above level 2 yet? Qianxuan asked breathlessly. Hearing Qianxuan's question, Wu once asked the communicator. The other party was silent for a while, and then confirmed Qianxuan's question. At the same time, Wu once fell into thought. After a moment, he shouted to the communicator, pass the order down. All people with abilities above level 2 retreat to the rear to rest. Looking at the slight cold sweat on Uncle Wu's forehead, Qianxuan also realized that the situation was a little unusual. Zuan, you should also rest quickly and recover your physical strength. There will definitely be zombies above level 2 later. Looking at Qianxuan, who was still standing aside, Wu Wan's quickly ordered. If Qianxuan had not encountered the red-eyed monster before, he would still be unsure and just think that they were lucky. In the end times, there must be a lot of people flocking to places like granaries, so zombies will not lack food. It is impossible that there are no second level zombies. Now that they have not appeared, it only means that they are still behind, and their number must be quite large. In fact, these zombies know how to use a large number of ordinary zombies to consume their troops first, while making them paralyzed and careless. There must be one or more third level zombies behind, or even worse, fourth level zombies. Soon, all the second level and above ability users in Qianxuan followed the order and retreated to the rear, and also heard Wu Wan's analysis. Everyone did not delay and quickly sat on the ground to restore their physical strength and energy. Some of the second level ability users of the Fire Dragon and Free Hunting team also retreated. They were a little panicked when they heard that zombies above the third level would appear, but they felt relieved when they saw that the people in Qianxuan were as calm as ever. The members of the Fire Dragon were feeling miserable at this moment. They had originally wanted to follow Jiangzu's words and fish in troubled waters and trip up the enemy, but they didn't expect to be sent to the front line and couldn't be lazy at all. That's fine. Although there weren't many ordinary zombies, they couldn't do anything to them, but there were so many of them that they couldn't spare any energy to trip up Silver Star. Moreover, they didn't know if it was because they were guilty. They always felt that the people of Silver Star knew their plans long ago and looked at them with a very defensive look. Even the people of the Free Hunting team looked at them with some contempt, as if they were going to do something. As a result, they accidentally felt dissatisfied, and then they killed the zombies unknowingly and worked very hard. Now that they came to their senses, they all wanted to cover their faces. Qianxuan recovered the fastest. After all, the advantage of practicing Shan Wu Leek was not for show. She was the first to stand up from the ground, and then took out a bottle of mineral water and poured it into her mouth. There was no way, the sun was too scorching, and she felt that she was about to be dehydrated. After drinking a bottle of mineral water, she still felt it was not enough, so she threw a small water ball at her sweaty face, and then she felt a little better. Just when she wanted to wipe her face with a towel, she heard many screams from the front. Without wiping her face, Qianxuan jumped a few times and jumped to the back defense. Looking up, her pupils shrank slightly. She saw that all the ordinary zombies were thrown into the battlefield. There was no follow-up. When everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the door of the granary opened from the inside, and a large group of second-level zombies rushed towards the humans on the battlefield. The number was estimated to be more than 500 with the naked eye. Seeing that the first-level psychics on the front line were about to collide with those second-level zombies, Qianxuan didn't care about anything else. She held Kangxi tightly and quickly began to absorb the surrounding light element. If the two collided, those first-level psychics would be killed. Fortunately, perhaps due to the fierce sunlight, the light element gathered very quickly. In a few breaths, Qianxuan's mental power covered the front line of the battlefield. When she waved Kang, a huge semi-arc halo blocked the way forward for those second level zombies. Those second level zombies did not slow down their speed of running forward because of the appearance of the halo, and they crashed straight into it. When the two collided, the halo emitted a dazzling light that seemed to be real, and then bounced all the second level zombies out. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of second level zombies fell to the ground, and the sound of collisions came one after another. As an intermediate defense magic, the rebound effect of the halo is only a side effect, but its power cannot be underestimated. I saw that a small half of the zombies had broken spines and could no longer stand up. They struggled with their limbs facing the sky. Even if they were not dead, they could only be slaughtered. At this time, the second level ability users behind Qianxuan also stood up one after another, ran to the front of the battlefield, and began to deal with those second level zombies. Qianxuan still stood there, maintaining the magic power required for the halo. At the same time, she took the time to look up at the government and Huzaro, and found that, as expected, because they were not protected by Qianxuan's halo like Yunzinkang, the losses on both sides were really not small. At least 700 to 800 people had died, and it was only because the second level superpowers took over that the increase in the number of deaths was alleviated. However, Qianxuan did not feel relaxed at all. She could still spare time to protect the frontline soldiers now, but when the third level zombies appeared, she would be powerless. The magicians of Yunzinkang were only first level, at most second level, and could not release intermediate magic. Only intermediate and above defensive magic could achieve ranged defense, and elementary magic could only achieve single target defense. Just as Qianxuan was worrying about what to do next, her ears moved, and she heard the sound of wind coming from the left. She quickly jumped and left the place. At the same time, because of a flash of the mind, the mental power was dispersed, and the halo in front quickly disappeared. Fortunately, the second level superpowers had already taken over, so there would be no problem for the time being. As soon as Qianxuan stood still, several claw marks that were still hissing appeared on the weeds where she was standing. Looking at the dark green and black claw marks that were getting deeper and deeper, like boiling liquid, Qianxuan took a breath of cold air. It was actually corrosive. That thing just came at her face. If she was really caught, wouldn't she be disfigured? No matter what kind of woman, as long as she is a woman, there is no one who doesn't care about her appearance, let alone a beautiful woman like Qianxuan. Although she is usually too lazy to apply skincare products on her face, it doesn't mean that she doesn't care about being disfigured. Before she could see what the thing that attacked her looked like, Qianxuan became angry with the other party. After failing to hit it, the thing pounced on Qianxuan again, and this time, the target was her face again. Qianxuan felt that her heart and liver were hurt by anger, and clusters of angry flames emerged from her eyes. The thing was very fast. Qianxuan dodged several times, but she couldn't see its appearance clearly. She only saw that it seemed very small. Could it be a mutant beast? This thought flashed through Qianxuan's mind, and she suddenly remembered the inspiration that flashed by the river last time, and then she suddenly realized it. However, she did not have the opportunity to think deeply at this time. The first thing was to destroy this unknown beast that was so bold as to want to disfigure her. At this time, she had already identified the other party as a beast. Wu Wanse, who was not far away, also noticed the thrill of Qianxuan's side, and watched Qianxuan dodge danger again and again with fear. After a few times, Qianxuan also found that the beast was actually not very powerful except for its faster speed. Even its attack mode has not changed. It just pounces and continues if it fails. When it pounces again, the Kangxi in Qianxuan's hand turns into a two-handed dagger and confronts the beast head-on. When the two sides meet, Qianxuan turns her body around, her hands fly, and she cuts the beast's throat, cuts off its head neatly, and then immediately jumps back to avoid blood splashing on her body. Bang and bang, two falling sounds of varying sizes are heard. Seeing that the beast was dead and motionless, Qianxuan walked forward slowly and pushed aside the weeds that blocked her view. Looking at the small body and the bloody little head, Qianxuan couldn't help but scream. What's wrong? Wu Wanse, who had just walked behind her, heard her sudden scream and asked. Qianxuan turned sideways to let him look at the thing on the ground, her voice trembling slightly. It's actually a baby? Her mind was in a mess. Wu once walked forward and looked through it for a while. You didn't see it clearly. It should be a baby zombie. I don't know why. Its body is not rotten and shriveled. It's just a little blue, but you can still tell from its fangs and claws. Hearing the words of the fifth uncle, Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief and her mind calmed down again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Bad News. After checking the baby zombie, Wu once took out the brain core from the baby zombie's brain. So beautiful. Qianxuan couldn't help but exclaimed at the bright golden diamond-shaped brain core after washing it. This size? Wu once hesitated. Isn't it too big? It's almost as big as the brain core of the monster you brought back last time. Indeed. Qianxuan took the brain core from Wu once and observed it carefully, but this baby zombie is a little faster and has corrosive ability, but its strength and defense are much worse than that red-eyed monster. Wu once thought for a moment, can I guess that this baby zombie has not yet reached maturity, so it is so easy to deal with? Qianxuan was about to answer when the communicator on Wu once's waist rang. I know. Wu once's expression was very solemn. After the call ended, Wu once turned to look at Qianxuan. The government and Huzhou were also attacked by baby zombies, and Boking and Qianxuan were injured. What's worse is that a second batch of second level zombies have appeared, mixed with third level zombies. A second level mutant from the fourth combat group died on our side. Qian Yun, Yuan Chang and Ruo Fei were slightly injured. Qian Qiu, Lu Zhi, Lu Chen and others were seriously injured. The number of other injured is also increasing rapidly. At present, Lao Liu and Qian Ming are holding those third level zombies. Qianxuan took a breath, quickly found a high point, and looked forward. The front line of the battlefield was miserable, with many wounded groaning on the ground. Some people who were not seriously injured were either desperately killing zombies or dragging the seriously injured out of the center of the battlefield quickly. Seeing several injured family members still in danger, Qianxuan's heart couldn't help shrinking. She took several deep breaths to calm herself down. Kangxi switched from her right hand to her left hand, and at the same time, transformed into a hunting bow of equal height. She put the string on her right hand, and the magic power and fighting spirit in her body surged out, forming a feather arrow made of black, white, and silver, with the tip of the arrow sharp and explosive. Qianxuan's sharp eyes moved from the dozen or so third level zombies on the battlefield one by one, passing by Wu Wanhao and Qian Ming who were still at ease, and finally fixed on the third level zombie that Ling Ling, Wei Wei, Dongzi and Xiaomu were struggling to deal with. Her breathing was getting lighter and lighter, and finally disappeared faintly, blending into the surrounding environment. Just when Wei Wei struggled to fix the zombie again, her eyes were stern, and her right hand on the string loosened, and the feather arrow shot forward with lightning speed, and in a moment, it shot the head of the third level zombie through. Seeing the zombies in front of them being shot by the feather arrows that suddenly appeared, Ling Ling and the others immediately knew that it was Qianxuan who did it, and they breathed a sigh of relief, and then went to help others. After a successful attack, Qianxuan turned her attention to the other third level zombies, and shot and killed 7 third level zombies in a row. At the same time, Wu Wanhao and Qian Ming had also dealt with the third level zombies in front of them, and went to help others who were still trapped in the battle. With 10 third level zombies gone, the pressure on the front line suddenly decreased by more than half. Despite this, Qianxuan did not relax at all, but did not continue to attack. Instead, she sat on the ground and began to recover her strength. In less than 5 minutes, she stood up quickly again, closed her eyes, and stretched her mental power towards the inside of the granary. Ever since the baby zombies and the third level zombies appeared, she intuitively had a sense of crisis that was pressing on her, lingering in her heart, and could not be dispelled. At this time, she did not care about saving mental power, and was forced by the uneasiness to use mental power to scan from a distance. When Qianxuan's spiritual power entered the granary, she was shocked by the scene she saw before she could rejoice over the bags of rice that were stacked so high that she could not see the end of them. She saw 3 zombies nearly 4 meters tall sitting on the ground at the innermost part of the warehouse. Their appearance was not much different from that of ordinary zombies, except that although their flesh was shriveled, it had not rotted and fallen off. Their bodies were twice as tall as ordinary zombies. The most striking thing was that their eyes were not pale green like ordinary zombies, but dark blue. Qianxuan's spiritual power was about to be withdrawn when she saw one of the blue-eyed zombies grab a second-level zombie that did not dare to resist, cut open its head, took out its brain core, and threw it into his mouth, like eating candy beans, chewing it up and swallowing it, and the whole process took no more than 10 seconds. Qianxuan was dumbfounded. Aren't zombies fed on the flesh and blood of one person? When did they start eating the brain core of the same kind? What frightened her even more was that soon after eating the brain core, the blue-eyed zombie emitted a barely visible energy fluctuation, and then it became silent. However, Qianxuan felt that its power was a little stronger than before. The scene in front of her was too challenging for her cognition. You know, a first-level superpower can advance by absorbing 2 second-level brain cores, while a second-level superpower can advance by absorbing 2 third-level brain cores. This is simple to say, as long as there is a brain core, the superpower can easily advance. But in fact, each superpower can only absorb a limited number of brain cores per day, and can only absorb 1 or 2 first-level brain cores per day, and this number has always been fixed. However, the zombie in front of her can easily absorb the energy in the brain core by throwing it into his mouth, like chewing candy beans. If this continues, the zombies will evolve rapidly, and where will humans survive? Qianxuan was shocked by the scene in front of her, and did not realize that she had little mental power left. Her eyes went black, her mental power was weak, and her vision was pulled back. Qianxuan's body shook and she almost couldn't stand steadily. Ignoring the buzzing and aching head, Wu Wanse ran towards Wu Wanse with unsteady steps. Seeing Qianxuan's pale face, Wu Wanse was about to say a few words of concern, but was stopped by the anxiety in Qianxuan's eyes. Although she was a little weak, Qianxuan still insisted on quickly and carefully recounting what she saw to Wu Wanse. As Qianxuan narrated, Wu Wanse's expression became more solemn, and finally a trace of anxiety appeared in his eyes. Moreover, Qianxuan took a breath. I suspect that there may be the same red-eyed monsters I encountered last time in the granary. After all, I'm not sure that my mental power can scan them. After hearing the bad news again, Wu Wanse calmed down and regained his usual calmness. He patted her shoulder and said, "Your mental power is too much. Find a hidden place to enter the inheritance realm to rest and recover as soon as possible." After all, Qianxuan is an indispensable main force to deal with the blue-eyed zombies and red-eyed monsters. At this time, Qianxuan no longer had the strength to answer him. She just nodded randomly and stumbled away. In a half-dizzy state, Qianxuan found a slightly hidden place, quickly entered the inheritance realm, and fell asleep. Qianxuan slept for more than 10 hours before waking up in a daze. After testing, she found that her mental strength had recovered by 80%. She ran to the warehouse to get a recovery potion and drank it. After meditating for more than half an hour, her mental strength was restored to its peak. After calculating, 10 minutes of real time should have passed. The battlefield changed in an instant. Qianxuan did not dare to delay, and quickly left the inheritance realm, and ran to the back of the battlefield. Seeing the back of Uncle Wu, Qianxuan was about to call him, but found that his eyes were fixed on the front. Qianxuan followed her line of sight, and saw that more than a dozen second-level zombies broke through the first line, and rushed into the second line. The various martial arts of those first-level warriors were cast on the second-level zombies, which could only leave shallow marks, not even wounds. Unfortunately, the warriors on the first line were tripped, and had no way to lend a hand. Without thinking, Qianxuan's Kangxi quickly transformed into a staff, locked with mental power, and a dark shield appeared between those second-level zombies and the second-line soldiers. As always, the zombies' footsteps hit the dark shield without stopping. Unlike light defense magic, which can only rebound in defense, the dark magic that has always believed in attack is defense is not as offensive as the fire magic. The dark magic, which is known for its treacherousness, will never be as simple as it looks on the surface. As soon as the zombies touched the shield, that seemed to be real, circles of black smoke emerged from the collision point, entangled the zombies, and crushed them one by one. Chapter 56 You Must Live Well. Seeing Qianxuan arrive in time to solve the crisis, Wu once breathed a sigh of relief, nodded hurriedly to Qianxuan, and then shouted to the communicator, "Pass the order, except for the second level ability users. Everyone starts to retreat. Pay attention to take care of the wounded." His voice was very loud, and Qianxuan could hear it clearly a few steps away. "Uncle Wu, are you going to abandon the food in the granary?" "No, just let the weak people withdraw. After all, for the third level zombies, they can only be fish on the chopping board and can't play any role." Wu once wiped the sweat from his face and sighed, "I want to stop, but the capital has spent so much manpower and energy this time. The other parties are definitely unwilling to return empty-handed, and we can't ignore them." Qianxuan also sighed. She understood what Wu once said. After all, the capital is really short of food now. She looked forward. Not only Yinzinkang, but also most of the government and Huzhou people began to retreat on a large scale. At the same time, the three groups of people were slowly gathering during the retreat. It seems that Uncle Wu has already told them the situation in advance, and has also unified the strategy. At this time, more than an hour has passed since the two sides started fighting, and the hundreds of thousands of ordinary zombies belonging to the advanced team have been almost wiped out. The remaining ones are the second level zombies and third level zombies on the front line of the battlefield. There are not many second level ability users who did not retreat in the front, because in fact most of the second level ability users have suffered considerable injuries. Qianxuan looked at her side, and Lu Zhi, Lu Chen, Qian Qiu and others all retreated back. Although Sissy, Yuan Nian, Dongzi, Xiao Mu, Lingling, Weiwei, Nini and other children were protected by adults, and were not injured, they were also taken back. Wu Wanhao, Kanming, Qianian, Kang Ruofei, Yuan Chang, Yixin and others are still fighting with two third level zombies. Jiang Shaoyang, Jiangzu, Qin Saiang and others on the government and Huxiao side did not retreat. It is estimated that Jiangzu wanted to retreat, but Jiang Shaoyang on the side was always eyeing him. There were only 7 third level zombies and a few second level zombies in 3 directions. However, Qianxuan knew that the real difficulty was still to come, as the 3 blue-eyed zombies had not yet appeared. Qianxuan observed the situation in front of him while staring at the door of the granary, fearing that the blue-eyed zombies would suddenly jump out. Qianxuan had only casually glanced at the battlefield on the government side, but suddenly her pupils shrank. It was a red-eyed monster. A red-eyed monster suddenly appeared in front of Jiangzu. Jiangzu was caught off guard and actually wanted to reach out and push Jiang Shaoyang next to him out as a shield. However, Jiang Shaoyang was not a vegetarian after years of marching. He flipped his right hand, used a small grab, and threw Jiangzu forward with his backhand. "Ah!" Jiangzu's shrill and resentful scream followed. His body was split in half by the red-eyed monster, and red intestines and blood flowed from his upper body to the ground. What was even more surprising was that he was not dead yet. He opened his eyes wide and moved his upper body to crawl away. However, the red-eyed monster obviously did not want to give him this opportunity. One of its sharp claws pierced his shoulder and nailed it to the ground, while the other began to grab his flowing intestines and stuffed them into its mouth. After eating, it began to dig out his internal organs and flesh. During this period, Jiangzu's screams never stopped, and each one was more shrill and painful than the last. Even though they were so far away, Qianxuan was frightened by his voice and shivered. On the contrary, Jiang Shaoyang, who was close, took advantage of the time when the red-eyed monster ate Jiangzu and quickly jumped back to think about countermeasures. Qianxuan couldn't help but despise Jiang Shaoyang in her heart. As expected, he was the grandson of Jiang Zhang. He was born a bad embryo, without sympathy, and cruel. She also knew that she was a little prejudiced. After all, Jiangzu was unjust first, so it was understandable for him to do so. But who told him to be Qianxuan? Who told her to hate Qianxuan? Qianxuan turned her head, and sure enough, a red-eyed monster appeared on Hu Zhao and Yun Xingkang's side at the same time. What made her feel a little relieved was that the two third-level zombies on their side had been dealt with, although they were somewhat at a disadvantage when they joined forces to deal with the red beauty zombie and began to have scars on their bodies. There was no life-threatening situation. The situation on Hu Zhao's side was also not bad. Qin Xiang and his men cooperated well and acted ruthlessly. Every move was murderous. Although they could not hurt the red-eyed monster for the time being, they cooperated to avoid the opponent's attacks one by one. The most dangerous one was Qianxuan. The powerful Jiangsu was dead. The several members of the fire dragon around him were more like making trouble than helping. Fortunately, the gravity-controlling mutant of the fire dragon had been suppressing the red-eyed zombie, slowing it down, so they were not in danger. Just as Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to use her mental power to explore the situation in the granary again, Yizin shouted in fear in front of her, "Chang, be careful." Qianxuan looked over and saw that the red-eyed monster that Yizin and his men were dealing with suddenly stretched out its tongue and rolled towards Yuan Chang. It was just that Yuan Chang had just released a fire dragon, and his mind was relaxed, and the people around him were too far away. Qianxuan was terrified, but it was too late. Just when everyone thought that Yuan Chang was doomed to die, a tornado suddenly appeared and swept him away from the spot. Qianxuan was shocked and quickly looked towards Qianxuan, just in time to see that the gravity-controlling supernatural power of the fire dragon deliberately released the suppression of the red-eyed monster, allowing the monster to claw at Qianxuan, who was approaching. Qianxuan's chest immediately had several deep wounds, and a lot of blood splashed out. A soldier quickly stepped forward to hug his body that was falling from midair, and then desperately ran to the back of the battlefield. Before leaving, he looked at the gravity-controlling supernatural power with hatred, thinking that it was Qianxuan who saved Yuan Chang. Qianxuan nodded to his fifth uncle, who also witnessed the scene, and quickly used the phantom void step to run towards the soldier holding Qianxuan. In less than 5 minutes, Qianxuan intercepted the other party, put Qianxuan down. She didn't realize that she spoke like a female bandit. She thought she would have to talk a lot, but she didn't even hesitate. She put him down, and then looked at her with hope. How could she know that the other party didn't know the grudge between the Wu family and the Jiang family? But she saw her performance on the battlefield before, and Qianxuan's injury was not far from death, so she held the idea of trying her best, hoping that her medical ability would be proportional to her combat strength. Of course, the most critical point is that the government did not bring a skilled military doctor this time, and there were no supernatural people with medical ability. Qianxuan looked at Qianxuan lying on the ground and saw that he was no longer conscious and his breath was weak. The wounds on his chest were very deep and some black blood was still flowing out around the wounds. Judging from the location, even the heart veins might have been injured. Qianxuan frowned. The injury was too serious, and the most troublesome thing was that he was infected with the zombie virus. Just when she was worried, Qianxuan had already started to mutter unconsciously. Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi. Qianxuan just kept calling Yuanx's name over and over again. His voice was so low that it could not be heard. However, Qianxuan clearly sensed the emotions revealed in him, the strong longing, attachment, love, fragility, pain, and finally the faint relief. Relief? Question mark? Qianxuan felt that she was a little hallucinating, but, subconsciously, Qianxuan threw 2 light blessings at Qianxuan, and then for the first time used her supernatural power to pour green mist into his wound. She did not hold back at all, and stopped her hand movements until sweat broke out on the tip of her nose. At this time, Qianxuan's wounds had healed, and as for whether he could survive the infection of the zombie virus, it depended on him. She never had this hope at this moment, hoping that Qianxuan could survive and live a long life. Just as she was about to leave, Qianxuan regained consciousness for a short time. "Why did you save me?" Feeling the wound healing, and seeing Qianxuan in front of him, he knew that it was Qianxuan who saved him. Because now we are comrades in arms, and you saved Yuan Chang. Qianxuan said and turned around and left without looking back. Her steps paused. Moreover, for Sister Z, you have to live well. It was not because of her kindness, but Jiang Shaoyang's mumbling made her understand that he actually loved Sister Z deeply and let her know that he wanted to leave this world without Sister Z. But, you have brought us so much pain, how can you get rid of it so easily? So, Jiang Shaoyang, you must live well, miss Sister Z while you live, and atone for your past. Chapter 57, Plan. What's wrong? Wu once asked curiously when she saw Qianxuan coming back with a gloomy face. Qianxuan hesitated for a moment, told the story again, and then asked, Uncle Wu, since Jiang Shaoyang loves Sister Z so much, why did he? Hearing her question, Wu once was stunned, and then touched her head. When it comes to emotional matters, even the person involved is often unclear, and always realizes it afterward. Moreover, when love and family affection conflict, everyone's choice is different. Is it? Qianxuan seemed to understand a little, but it seemed that she didn't understand anything. Qianxuan has always been a strange child. From childhood to adulthood, she would be moved to tears when she saw those fairy tales and TV series about princes and princesses, but she never thought that she would become a princess in the story and meet her own prince. That was not inferiority, but reality. She had a sense of distrust in love from the bottom of her heart. Logically speaking, the couples in the Wu family are all in love. Even if they are not inseparable, they are still in love. She shouldn't have such an idea, but she always believed that the most important thing for a good marriage is a sense of responsibility to the family, and what really maintains the marriage is family affection and children. Just like there are many marriages and intermarriages between the 8 major clans, but because of the sense of responsibility in the bones of the 8 major clans, no couples get along badly. So at the beginning, when Mok said he liked her, she was flustered, only because the person she had always regarded as a brother actually confessed to her, not because of the confession itself. In her eyes, Mok's love for her may be just because of her appearance, or because of the temporary hormonal boom. She even despicably guessed whether he knew her family background. And she later liked Mok. She also thought that it was not just love, but Mok was too good to her, too doting. She unconsciously began to want to monopolize. In addition, Mok was not ugly, but very good looking, so she would naturally be moved. If someone else treated her so well, and was not ugly, she would be moved 9 times out of 10. Jiang Shaoyang's feelings for Yuan Zi were not the same. However, Yuan Zi had been dead for several years, but Jiang Shaoyang still missed her, which was a bit beyond her understanding. If he was just missing her, she would still think it was reasonable, but the love in Jiang Shaoyang's mumbling could not be ignored. What kind of deep love made him want to abandon his life? Qianxuan's thoughts were a little confused, and she always felt that the cognition she had been insisting on was overturned. At this time, a new situation appeared on the front line of the battlefield. The red-eyed monster on Yingxing Khan's side was solved by Wu Wanhao at the risk of being seriously injured. Qin Saiyang on Huxio's side also struck the red-eyed monster's eyes with lightning under the full cover of his men, but the situation on the government side was not good. Several people from Hulang had been unwilling to use their full strength before, and only adopted the strategy of suppression and evasion against the red-eyed monster. This would consume most of their superpowers, and the red-eyed monster became irritable because of their teasing, causing several deaths and injuries. Especially the superpower who controlled gravity before. His head was pierced by the tongue of the red-eyed monster and died. Several superpowers from the military stood aside because the people from Hualang caused Jiang Shaoyang to be seriously injured. On the Silver Starry Sky side, everyone dealt with the remaining 2 second-level zombies and helped several injured people back to the rear. Looking at the people running back, Qianxuan didn't say anything and casually threw 2 light blessings. Because there was no injury to the vital parts, Wu Wanhao's injury was quickly healed under Qianxuan's treatment, and he didn't need the help of people around him. Fifth brother, the 3 blue-eyed zombies you mentioned haven't appeared yet, and we are already like this. What should we do? Wu Wanhao asked worriedly. Before, Wu Wanse had used the communicator to tell him what Qianxuan had scanned with his mental power. Because of this, Wu Wanhao had been distracted and on guard during the battle and was somewhat unable to let go. Wu Wansen narrowed his eyes. 3 blue-eyed zombies. Zuan, can you deal with one? Even if the red-eyed monster appeared, he didn't let Qianxuan take action. Just for this reason, Qianxuan also understood his intention. Qianxuan nodded. No problem. Even if the 3 zombies were strong, the snow arrow she brought this time could shoot through their heads. You know, the snow flying arrow can hurt even a god-level powerhouse. Of course, even if it can hurt, it can only cause some small scratches, and it has to be done when the opponent is not prepared. Even so, with the physical strength of a god-level powerhouse, it is also possible to see the snow flying arrow's ability to break through defenses. Coupled with the mental lock, Qianxuan is even more confident. I remember Zuan, you said before that you got rocket launchers and incendiary bombs in the barracks of the 50,137th Army, right? Although Wu Wanse's words were a question, his tone was very sure, and he was very confident in his memory. Uncle Wu, do you want it? Yes. Qianxuan's mind suddenly became clear. She had been thinking about whether their strength could deal with the 3 blue-eyed zombies, but she forgot the role that external forces could play. Wu Wansen nodded, proving her guess. You take out 2 rocket launchers, and Qianxuan. He turned to look at Wu Wanhao. Old 6, can you do it? If not, let Ruo Fei do it. Hearing Wu Wansen asking him if he could do it, Wu Wanhao, who was always familiar with the dirty tunes between asterisk, blushed and patted his chest to guarantee that he could definitely do it. Qianxuan and Qianming heard the hidden meaning in his words and tried to hold back their laughter. Wu Wanse was so focused on the upcoming tough battle that he didn't pay attention. Each of you will be responsible for a blue-eyed zombie. Even if you can't solve it quickly, you must hold it back and prevent it from entering the crowd. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Qianxuan and Wu Wanhao nodded seriously. Qianxuan frowned, but Uncle Wu, those 3 blue-eyed zombies have been in the granary and won't come out. We can't blow up the granary together, right? Your 4th aunt and 6th aunt have researched something before, but they always thought it was useless. Now it has a place to use. As he said that, Wu Wanse took out a paper package from his space ring and opened it. What is this? Everyone looked over and found that it was wrapped in a scarlet powder. Wu Wanse held out his hand holding the paper package. Smell it. What does this smell like? Everyone heard this and pinched a little and put it under their noses. Is this the smell of blood? Qianxuan became more and more certain as he spoke. This powder did have a faint smell of blood. Uncle Wu, you don't want to use this powder to lure out the 3 blue-eyed zombies, do you? It's good, but the smell is too light. The bloody smell emitted by the casualties on the battlefield before was stronger than this, but the 3 blue-eyed zombies have never shown any intention of coming out. Qianming frowned and said, I know. Wu Wanse wrapped the paper bag again. Your Aunt Liu told you to pour this powder and human blood into the fire and burn it. The bloody smell emitted is conservatively estimated to be more than 6,000 times that of the powder. Everyone was shocked. No, 6,000 times. This number is too large. Not only the 3 blue-eyed zombies, but all the zombies nearby will be attracted. Wu Wanxing was the first to object. Everyone thought so too. It was such a simple question. Wu Wanse couldn't have missed it, so they all waited for him to explain. I've considered what you said, Wu Wanse said expressionlessly, but I've always had a guess. The number of zombies in the granary far exceeded our previous estimate, and we don't know anything about the blue-eyed zombies. We've killed so many zombies, but they are still unmoved, so I made a bold assumption. The blue-eyed zombies may be able to summon their own kind. Everyone exclaimed in low voices, finding it incredible. But if you think about it carefully, it's not impossible. In this case, using or not using, that powder won't change the situation. How can we survive this? Wu Wanhao punched a crooked little tree next to him, and the trunk of the tree snapped into 2. Wu Wanse's tone was still unhurried. The situation has not reached the most critical moment yet. Those 3 blue-eyed zombies don't seem to take us seriously, and it is this contempt that we can take advantage of. We can take a rest first, and then start the lure plan. After a pause, He continued, moreover, based on the number of zombies of different levels that we have eliminated, even if the blue-eyed zombies can summon zombies, they can only summon a large number of ordinary zombies and a small number of second-level zombies at most. Hearing his words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 58. Don't judge a zombie by its appearance. In that case, we have eliminated all 3 blue-eyed zombies. Why can we only get 25% of the food? Yuan Chang muttered in a stingy manner when everyone was feeling lucky for what Wu once said. Although he said so, there was no gunpowder smell in his words as before, but there was a sense of awkwardness. Qianxuan guessed that it was because he was saved by Qianxuan before. Everyone was stunned at first, and then thought, isn't it? But the allocation quota was agreed in advance. Can it be changed now? When faced with such a problem that they couldn't figure out, everyone naturally turned their inquiring eyes to Wu Wan's. Wu Wan's mouth curled up slightly. Jiangsu is dead, and most of the 3rd level mutants in the fire dragon have also died. The fire dragon is dead in name only. We have solved the 3 blue-eyed zombies, and the government will definitely not let us suffer. Does this mean that the fire dragon's food quota will be distributed to Yinxing Khan? But this doesn't seem very reliable. 5th brother, are you kidding? Wu Wanhao thought so in his heart, but only he said it out loud. Given the shamelessness of the government, it would be better if they didn't take it for themselves. How could they give us 10% of the quota? Although no one spoke, their eyes revealed the same meaning. Hearing Wu Wanhao's words, Wu Wan's eyes narrowed into a line. It's okay, the government will take the initiative to spit out that quota. His voice was very light and without any emotion, but everyone could hear the chill. Seeing his expression at this time, everyone who knew Wu Wan's quickly shut up and didn't dare to ask any more, for fear of being tricked by Wu Wan's and losing more than they gained in the end. After deciding on the next plan, Wu Wan's went to find Invoking and Qianxuan. As for Qianxuan, he should be busy fighting the zombie virus at the moment. Meanwhile, Qianxuan and Xinshishi were busy treating the wounded. The two were busy for more than half an hour without even a sip of water. After treating all the wounded, Qianxuan finally had time to wipe the sweat that was about to flow into her eyes. Here, I asked Xiozhi to use ice until now. At this time, Sasha at the side handed over a bottle of steaming mineral water. Qianxuan didn't bother to be polite with her. She took it, unscrewed the lid, and poured it into her mouth. The cold water went down her throat into her stomach, and Qianxuan felt alive again. So cool. Qianxuan didn't screw the cap on until she drank more than half of the bottle. Sister Xuan. At this time, Yuan Chan walked up to her a little shyly. Qianxuan and Sasha both vaguely guessed that he was going to ask about Jiangxiaoyang's situation, so they didn't say anything and waited for him to speak. After a while, Yuan Chan prepared himself mentally and pretended to be indifferent and asked, is Jiangxiaoyang's injury okay? The wound is fine, it has been healed. Seeing Yuan Chan secretly breathe a sigh of relief, Qianxuan said maliciously, but he has been infected with the zombie virus. It is still unknown whether he can survive. Hearing that Jiangxiaoyang was infected with the zombie virus, Yuan Chang's face was worried, and then he felt guilty and relieved. Looking at Yuan Chang's changing expression, Qianxuan hesitated for a while, but still told him her discovery. She thought that as Yuan Zi's younger brother, he was qualified to know this. After hearing Qianxuan's words, Yuan Chang's expression was very complicated. He seemed to want to laugh, but couldn't laugh. Tears fell down cracklingly, but he was still unaware of it, and his eyes were a little dazed. Qianxuan and Sasha were shocked. They wanted to comfort him, but didn't know how to do it. Then they heard Yuan Chang murmur unconsciously, brother, did you hear that? That man actually loves my sister. My sister's pain is not in vain. He will always remember that after his brother was protected by his sister and survived, he had the same dream all night for a long time. In the dream, his sister was covered in blood and hugged him, spitting blood and asking him to live. When he looked up, he saw the coldness and pain in his sister's eyes. He and his brother both understood that the coldness was the complete chill of being hurt by an important person. And every time his brother woke up from the dream, he would murmur Jiangxiaoyang's name. Every time he said it, he wanted to drink his blood and eat his flesh. Qianxuan and Shashan knew that the brother in Yuan Chang's words was Yuan Zhu. Thinking that Yuan Zhu was saved by Yuan Zi with his life, they sighed and looked at each other. Her lover looked at her indifferently, facing death. Yuan Zi must have been in great pain before she died. When Yuan Zhu calmed down, Qianxuan and Shasha were as usual, as if Yuan Chang had not lost his composure before, which made Yuan Chang, who was originally a little embarrassed, slightly relieved. The sun was getting hotter and hotter, and everyone found a relatively cool place to eat. After dinner, in order to conserve their energy for the upcoming fierce battle, everyone took a blanket to take a nap. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun slowly set, and everything was ready. The three groups of people were temporarily integrated together, and obeyed Wu Wanse's command. More than 100,000 soldiers formed an airtight protective circle outside the granary 1,000 meters away. There were 2 rocket launchers on the eastern back. Qianxuan and Wu Wanhao were lying on them, and staring at the granary door. In the protective circle, there were 6 piles of dry firewood and hay, and a soldier stood next to each. Wu Wanse looked at the time on his watch, and waved his hand. Light it. With one order, the 6 soldiers beside the fire ignited the firewood, poured a packet of powder into it, and then took out a dagger without hesitation, cut his wrist, and put it on top of the fire, letting all the blood fall into the fire. After a few seconds, the 6 people stopped bleeding at the same time and quickly retreated to the protective circle. As the fire burned vigorously, fine smoke dispersed, and the strong smell of blood entered the mouths and noses of everyone present. As the smell of blood became heavier, everyone became more nervous, and stared at the door of the granary with bated breath. Qianxuan had also probed his mental power in, and saw the 3 blue-eyed zombies start to look around, but they were still sitting on the ground, with no intention of coming out. As time passed, everyone became more and more nervous. Qianxuan was even more nervous, and the hand holding Kangxi was slightly sweating. Could it be that the smell of blood was not enough? At this moment, Qianxuan saw the 3 blue-eyed zombies stand up one after another, and walk towards the warehouse door. Here they come. Qianxuan reminded Qianxuan and Wu Wanhao. The communicator on her arm, which had been unplugged, also transmitted her words to Wu Wanhao, the former canal master, and ordered the 2 to be on high alert. Finally, the 3 blue-eyed zombies walked out of the door at a very slow speed for zombies. Carefully calculating the distance they walked, as soon as they entered the range, almost instantly, Qianxuan's mental power rushed towards the blue-eyed zombie in the middle in a line and locked it. At the same time, Qianxuan put the snow-flying arrow that she had been holding in her right hand on the bowstring of Kangxi, and at the same time, a wisp of mental power merged into the snow-flying arrow. Qianxuan exerted force with her right hand, leaned back slightly, pulled the bow into a full moon, and released it in an instant. In an instant, the snow-flying arrow shot out quickly with a beautiful white light trail. At the same time, Qianxuan's right hand had already buckled another snow-flying arrow, and depending on the situation, she was ready to add a tail-chasing arrow at any time. The snow-flying arrow silently shot into the head of the targeted zombie, and then with a bang, there was a sound of dust flying after the tall blue-eyed zombie fell down. Everyone was dumbfounded. No way, such a tall blue-eyed zombie didn't even hide, and was killed so easily. What was the point of their previous vigilance? At this moment, the expressions of everyone present turned into embarrassment. Even Wu Wanse was stunned for 0.01 seconds at the unexpected scene in front of him, and Qianxuan's movements were even more frozen. Everyone was silent. There was a roar. Hundreds of thousands of people began to cheer, and those who were originally a little scared were relieved. However, before they could finish their breath, the roars of the remaining 2 blue-eyed zombies in front of them, because of the death of their own kind, came, telling everyone that they were too happy too early. Silence again. Everyone was on high alert again. Just when Qianxuan thought that the 2 blue-eyed zombies would pounce on them, the 2 blue-eyed zombies suddenly turned around at the same time and ran towards the door of the granary with a speed just as fast as that of ordinary people. Everyone was stunned. This is running away. Or is it a wise man who knows the times? Or is it better to save the Green Mountains than to be afraid of firewood? Or is it a gentleman's revenge is never too late? All of a sudden, everyone felt that they might have heat stroke, dizzy, and actually ran away when they saw zombies. Fortunately, Qianxuan and Wuwanhao did not freeze at this time. 2 incendiary bombs exploded in front of the warehouse door, blocking the zombies' way. Chapter 59, Superpower Zombies. Boom. 2 consecutive violent explosions sounded in everyone's ears, waking everyone up from their daze. Damn, is this really a zombie? I actually saw a zombie trying to escape. Damn, I really learned something new today. That zombie is so timid, it's really a waste of its height. In an instant, all kinds of cursing sounds rang out from all around. 2 incendiary bombs formed a long line of scorching flames in front of the 2 zombies, blocking their steps. Seeing that the road ahead was no longer passable, the 2 zombies turned around and roared angrily at the crowd again. However, because of the experience once, no one took it seriously this time, and some even laughed at the 2 zombies. Just when everyone didn't take the 2 zombies seriously, they saw the 2 zombies wave their hands at the same time, and a huge tornado and a large stream of water rushed towards the crowd. Everyone was stunned at first, and then they reacted and wanted to escape. It was too late. The tornado was about 20 meters in diameter, with countless violent wind vortices, whistling towards the crowd who wanted to escape. In a moment, hundreds of people were swept up to the sky and twisted into a bloody rain. The water seemed gentle, silently covering the heads of hundreds of people. When the water receded, a pile of corpses was left on the ground. The tragic scene made the people around who witnessed it pale, and some people bent over and retched. As for those who were far away from the tornado and the water, they were even more scared. Those 2 were superpowered zombies. Qianxuan, Qianxuan, and Wuwanhao were lucky enough to be far away, but the faces of the 3 people were not much better at this time. They were not afraid, but worried. There were many people in the protective circle, and they didn't know if those who died in the tornado and the water dragon had their own family and friends. People are always selfish. In times of crisis, they always worry about their close ones first. No matter how worried they were, there was no time for them to confirm one by one. They could only focus on dealing with the 2 blue-eyed zombies. Otherwise, even if their relatives and friends were safe now, they might be in danger next. At this moment, zombies attracted by the smell of blood began to appear outside the protective circle, and those warriors also focused their energy on dealing with those zombies. At the same time, the 2 sides started fighting at the same time. Boom and boom. Qianxuan and Wuwanhao each threw a firebomb at the 2 zombies. But this time the 2 zombies did not give up. One of them had a water curtain and the other had a wind curtain, which divided the explosion of the firebomb into 2 streams, and bypassed their bodies. Qianxuan and Wuwanhao, who had originally looked down on them, because the blue-eyed zombie was killed instantly, suddenly trembled and looked serious. The scene in front of Qianxuan almost knew that this blue-eyed zombie was completely a zombie version of a magician, with low agility and low defense output but very powerful, and was also not good at close combat, and was restrained by thieves and archers. At this time, Qianxuan shot another snow arrow, but this time it was not as smooth as before. Although the wind curtain of the blue-eyed zombie could not deviate from the original trajectory of the snow arrow due to Qianxuan's mental lock, it slowed down its forward momentum. In desperation, Qianxuan could only control his mental power to retract the snow arrow, and by the way, he also retracted the first snow arrow that he shot. Without stopping, Qianxuan shot another snow arrow. When the momentum of the arrow was slowly blocked by the wind curtain, Qianxuan could not wait to shoot another snow arrow. With a ding sound, it caught up with the tail of the previous arrow, allowing it to regain its sharpness and shoot straight at the zombie's bag. The zombie paused. He did not expect the sudden attack in front of him. He wanted to hide, but because of his slow speed, the snow arrow shot through his neck. Despite this, Qianxuan did not look happy, but annoyed. He was just a little bit away from hitting the head. What's the use of shooting the neck? That's a zombie. However, the zombie fell down with a bang, and before it died, it threw a tornado at Qianxuan. Qianxuan was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted and placed a stargate in front of her, throwing the tornado randomly somewhere else. As for whether there were people where the tornado went, it was not something she could decide, and she didn't have time to take care of it now. The death of a fellow zombie made the remaining zombies even more angry, and their attacks became more and more fierce. However, it seemed to know that it couldn't do anything to Qianxuan. so it directed its attacks to Qianxuan and Wuwanhao, and large tracts of water rushed towards them. Qianxuan was frightened, but she couldn't lend a hand because the distance was too far. Fortunately, before the water flow overwhelmed Qianxuan and Wuwanhao, Wuwan's commanded all the magicians and defensive psychics in the legion to support a protective shield for them. Although those people were of low level, the combined strength of hundreds of people barely stopped the water flow. Seeing that his attack didn't work, the blue-eyed zombie became even more angry and started roaring again, but no one heard anything. Qianxuan and Wuwanhao ignored them and continued to fire incendiary bombs at the zombie. The zombie didn't take the incendiary bombs seriously at all and focused on roaring silently, still using the water curtain to deal with it as before. However, when he came to his senses, he was surrounded by a circle of flames. In the distance, Wu Wanse called Ruan Ming and Lu Zhi to his side and said something to them, and then the two looked excited. First, Lu Zhi sent a burst of ice mist around the zombie, surrounding it, and then Ruan Ming stepped forward and saw her hands clenched, as if compressing something. It can be seen with the naked eye that a sphere of compressed air formed around the zombie, in which the red and blue colors were constantly rolling and moving. The zombie was struggling and rolling, trying to escape, and the sphere was shrinking. A few minutes later, Ruan Ming's face was covered with cold sweat, which showed that her situation was not optimistic. Wu Wanse waved at Qianxuan, and Qianxuan received the order and fired a firebomb at the sphere that was compressed to the extreme. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions sounded from the front, and waves of air rolled towards the protective circle, making many people standing closer unable to stand steadily. Seeing that the three blue-eyed zombies were all eliminated, the soldiers cheered. However, before they were happy, more and more zombies were attracted by the smell of blood, making them exhausted. The fire was already extinguished, and it should not be like this. Suddenly, Qianxuan thought of the silent roar of the blue-eyed zombie before. Could that be the way to summon zombies? She quickly followed and joined the battle with these surging zombies. However, at this time, Qianxuan was no longer as nervous as before. After all, although there were many zombies, they were all ordinary zombies. She could eliminate a large number of them with a poisonous mist, and they could not pose a threat at all. However, she was still worried about whether the victims of the previous tornado and flood had relatives or friends. So, she cast large amounts of magic while looking for people. Suddenly, Qianxuan's eyes fixed on one direction. In the crowd, Qian Ming was fighting zombies, and Qian Qiu behind him was supporting the injured Zhang Huhu. Zhang Huhu's hair was disheveled, her face was pale, and her clothes were dirty. She was so weak that she couldn't even stand. She was in a daze and relied on Qian Qiu to support her weight. The most important thing was that there was a blank space below her right shoulder, and blood was dripping. It was obvious that her entire hand was gone. Qianxuan rushed through the crowd without wasting a moment, and quickly stood in front of Qian Qiu. What happened? Why is Secondant's hand gone? Seeing Qianxuan, Qian Qiu breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly shouted, "Help Secondant to stop the bleeding first." Upon hearing this, Qianxuan cast two light healing spells on Secondant's right shoulder. The reason why she did not use the more effective light blessing was because she was afraid that the wound would heal completely. By the time she could use the god's blessing to help Secondant recover her arm, she would have to suffer even more. Seeing that Zhang Huhu's bleeding had stopped, Qian Qiu finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in his heart and burst into tears. "It's my fault. When the tornado came, I was still in a daze and didn't have time to hide. In order to save me, Secondant had one of her hands torn off by the tornado. If third brother hadn't pulled her in time, she might not even be able to save her life." His words were filled with deep guilt and regret. Chapter 60 After the War. What does it mean to be in a trance? Just hearing this, Qianxuan understood that since Ping Ziyuan's death, her ninth brother's mood has been relatively stable, but he is always in a trance and can't be in a state if he is not careful. Everyone also understands him, thinking that he will always return to normal and did not interfere too much. But now, what did he say? On the battlefield, he was still in a trance. Looking at the Secondant who had already fainted, Qianxuan felt an unprecedented anger in her heart. She ignored Qian Qiu and started to kill zombies with Qian Ming. This time, Qianxuan had to reflect on himself no matter what. Looking at Qianxuan, who was unwilling to say a word to him, Qianxuan was a little at a loss for a while. He knew that this time it was all his fault, and he also implicated the second aunt. After the second aunt broke an arm for him, he completely woke up from his recent confusion. In this way, until more than 7 o'clock in the evening, Qianxuan and Qianming still killed zombies without saying a word, and Qianqiu, who was protected by the two, supported Zhang Huhu and followed behind nervously. For more than 3 hours, more than 100,000 people were fighting the zombies. It can be seen how many zombies were attracted. During this period, some of their comrades were also sacrificed. When the battle was over, all the people, whether injured or not, lay on the ground. It was not for anything else, but because they were too tired. Even Qianxuan, who had always been a little clean, did not have the energy to complain about the unclean grass at this time. She felt that there was no part of her body that belonged to her, especially the right hand that had been holding Kangxi. She seemed to hear the creaking sound of over-operation like an old-fashioned machine. Her eyelids were fighting, and she wanted to lie on the ground and fall asleep, but her stomach, which had been hungry for most of the day, was still protesting. For a while, everyone lay on the grass in silence for half an hour. At this time, they did not have the energy to cheer for the victory, but only quietly shared the afterglow of the victory. Although they were still tired, they began to stand up one after another to clean up the battlefield. Some people took care of the wounded, some people sorted out the bodies of their comrades, and some people went to dig out the brain cores of zombies. Qianxuan also stood up, silently took Zhang Huhu from Qianqiu's hands, and walked towards Wu Wanxing. Qianming and Qianqiu followed her without saying a word. Over there, Wu Wanxing, Wu Wancheng, Wu Wans and Wu Wanhao were sitting together discussing the post-war arrangements. Huhu. Seeing the unconscious Zhang Huhu being helped by Qianxuan, the smile on Wu Wanxing's face disappeared immediately, and he hurriedly took Zhang Huhu from Qianxuan's hands. Seeing her empty right shoulder, he was even more shocked. "What's going on?" Wu Wancheng asked. Qianxuan and Qianming said nothing, letting Qianqiu explain. Qianqiu's words were the same as what he said to Qianxuan, but this time there was more uneasiness in his words. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Wancheng slapped him. He used a lot of force, and Qianqiu stepped back several steps and sat on the ground. Wu Wanhao and Wu Wans didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing with Wu Wancheng's behavior. "Second brother, I'm sorry for you." Wu Wancheng turned to Wu Wanxing, who was holding Zhang Huhu, and said. His voice was bitter and full of guilt. His son had made such a big mistake, and he really didn't know what to say except this sentence. Looking at the confused ninth brother, Qianxuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Among their generation, Qianqiu can be said to be the most innocent. He has been working as a forensic doctor since graduation. Apart from professional knowledge, he is actually very simple in other aspects. He looks cold, but in fact he is not good at dealing with people. "Okay, second brother, take the second sister-in-law to rest. It's better to wake her up and let her eat something first." Wu once interrupted the depressing atmosphere. "Sixth brother, take Qianqiu to rest. Perhaps only Wu Wanhao, who is straightforward and innocent, is most suitable for enlightening Qianqiu. Anyway, he has nothing to do with cleaning the battlefield." At this time, Wu Wanxing came back to his senses from his previous panic and patted Wu Wancheng on the shoulder. "Third brother, Qianqiu has only experienced a few things, so don't be too harsh on him." Although he was worried about his wife, fortunately Qianxuan said that advanced light magic could regenerate broken limbs. Although it would take a long time, it was not too late. Besides, he was his nephew after all, and he was reluctant to vent his anger on him. Wu Wancheng nodded silently, still listless. When Wu Wanhao heard what Wu Wan said, he knew that his fifth brother was disgusted with him for making trouble. He picked up Qianqiu like a chicken and left without looking back. Next, more than 100,000 people were busy cleaning up the battlefield. This busyness lasted until after 9 o'clock. After counting all the spoils and moving all the food in the warehouse onto the military cart, everyone began to follow the military cart to the camp. It was not until nearly 10 o'clock that everyone dragged their tired bodies back to the camp. After more than 3 hours of fighting and several hours of busyness, there were not many people who could stand. Seeing that they had reached the destination, everyone's eyes were filled with tears, as if they had seen their parents again. Fortunately, as soon as they entered the camp, the people who stayed behind had already cooked steaming hot shepherd's purse and shrimp porridge and heated up the steamed buns, so everyone could have already made dinner. The hungry people no longer disliked the tasteless porridge and scrambled to get the porridge. Qianxuan, Shasha and others leaned weakly against the military cart and drank the porridge comfortably. After a tiring day, no one was in the mood to talk, but although it was quiet, it was not awkward at all, but there was a rare sense of comfort and tranquility. This time, the loss of Silver Star was not small. There were more than 15,000 people when they came, but only more than 10,000 people when they returned. More than 4,000 people were sacrificed, most of whom were injured, and more than 200 people were infected with the zombie virus and were still in a coma. There were nearly 8,000 people left in Tiger Roar, and most of them were injured. As for Fire Dragon, most of its people died in this battle, and there were less than 100 people left, which was completely dead in name only. The government suffered the biggest loss. There were more than 30,000 people, but only less than 20,000 were left. There were also many injured. And Boking was injured, and Qianxuan was not sure whether he was alive or dead. After a quick dinner, Qianxuan quickly went into a tent and fell asleep without taking off clothes to take a shower. Qianxuan slept until noon the next day and then woke up in a daze. Half awake and half asleep, she went into the inheritance world to take a shower and then brushed her teeth and washed her face. After a series of things, she sat down and gradually woke up. When she saw that it was so late, she hurried out of the tent. Unexpectedly, what she saw were rows of quiet tents, and only a few people came out of the tent to wash. Qianxuan then thought that everyone was tired all day yesterday, and it was reasonable to sleep so late. Touching her empty stomach, Qianxuan took out the ham, sausage and bread to fill her stomach. At this time, suddenly a military truck drove into the camp, attracting the attention of a few people who were washing. Qianxuan took a look. Fortunately, those military trucks belonged to Qianxuan. The first military truck stopped, and the ones behind it also stopped one after another. Wu once got off the first military truck, looking relaxed. "Uncle Wu, what happened?" Qianxuan approached and asked. "Why did you get up so early?" Wu once touched her head, then pointed at the military trucks. "Go and see what's inside." Qianxuan heard this and walked forward curiously. "Is this rice from the granary?" The military trucks were filled with bags of rice. Wu once didn't say anything, but smiled and nodded. "How much quota did you get?" Qianxuan asked slyly. 35%. Wu once raised his eyebrows, and Boking offered it on his own initiative. Uncle Wu was really amazing. He could make, and Boking, the stingy man, spit out the duck in his mouth. Qianxuan looked at Wu once with admiration and began to ask what method he used. But no matter how hard she tried, Uncle Wu just smiled and said nothing, like a fox that eats people but doesn't spit out bones. In the end, she had to give up. By the way, Qianxuan survived the zombie virus infection. Wu once said without any emotion. "Oh, I see." Qianxuan's voice was neither happy nor unhappy. Even she herself didn't know why. She had hoped so much that Qianxuan would survive, but now she felt a little disappointed when she heard the news. Chapter 61 Earthquake. Gradually, more and more people came out of their tents to wash up. Seeing the bags of rice being taken down from the military truck, they all became excited. In their opinion, these rice were the guarantee of their survival in the future. "When are we going back?" Shasha stood beside her at some point and poked her and asked. Qianxuan was startled by her sudden appearance and was stunned for a moment before answering. "I don't know. It's so hot during the day, we definitely can't go on the road. It will probably be night." Shasha held a box of yogurt and sipped it, "but I probably won't be with them on the way back." "That's right." Qianxuan nodded. Now that the food distribution has begun, there must be people who are worried that their food will be taken away and separation is inevitable. "What are you talking about?" Qianming came over while chewing bread. Qianxuan shook her head. "Nothing. How is brother 9 now?" Although she was still angry, she was also worried that he would get stuck in a dead end. That kid is responsible. He ran to take care of the second aunt. Speaking of his younger brother's growth, Qianming's tone was gratified, and at the same time he was thankful. Fortunately Qiansheng is not here, otherwise Qianqiu would definitely be beaten up. Hearing the third brother talking about the sixth brother, Qianxuan couldn't help laughing. Among all the brothers, Qiansheng is the most chauvinistic, a little overbearing, but he is the most patient with his mother and sister, and usually protects them very tightly. If he were here, he would not care that Qianqiu is his younger brother, and would never hesitate to beat him up. This afternoon, everyone in Yingxingkan was relatively relaxed, competing to talk about the various thrills on the battlefield yesterday. Of course, some people were happy for the smooth journey to the granary, and some people were sad for the sacrifice of their comrades. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the government, Huxiao, and those free hunting teams all took the allocated food and started on the road. As for Yingxingkan, Wu once decided to reward everyone in the evening and have a good meal before setting off. Sure enough, when it was time for dinner, Wu Wanse took charge and asked Khan Zuan to take out some of the hot food, military canned food, compressed biscuits and luncheon meat obtained in the 50,137th Army Barracks, so that everyone could have a full meal. Many people in Yingxingkan were soldiers, and they were not unfamiliar with these foods, and were used to eating them. It was just that after the apocalypse, they could only eat dry food and porridge. Now they ate things that they used to feel tired of, but they missed them. For dinner, everyone did not delay and began to pack up the tents and pots, thinking about going back as soon as possible and getting rid of the days of sleeping in tents every day. Qianxuan was no exception. At this time, she and Shasha were loading all the rice into the space according to the instructions of Uncle Wu. After loading all the rice, Qianxuan and Shasha jumped off the military cart together. As soon as they landed, they both stumbled and fell forward. Fortunately, Qianxuan had a better balance and quickly pulled Shasha to prevent her from falling like a dog eating shit. What happened? Just as the two were about to take a step, they felt the ground shaking. Earthquake? Question mark? The two were shocked and immediately looked around. Then they breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were now in the wild. Although it was a mess, there were no casualties. The ground was shaking more and more strongly. The two of them supported each other and finally came to their families. Seeing them, Qianming and Qianan went forward to support them. What's going on? Why is there an earthquake all of a sudden? Shasha's voice was a little flustered. I don't know. Qianan shook his head. More than 10,000 people in Yingxingkan stood outside, watching the violent shaking of the ground in panic. The atmosphere was very depressing, and all kinds of panic and screams were covered by the sound of the earth shaking. Look! Someone suddenly shouted and pointed to the east. Everyone looked up and saw huge cracks visible to the naked eye on the cliff where the granary was located. As the vibration became stronger, the entire cliff began to shatter and finally collapsed. The whole process did not take more than 10 seconds. Everyone was shocked. Do you think this earthquake is 8 magnitude? Qianxuan's voice was a little trance, and I didn't know who she was asking. I have never heard of an earthquake that had no signs at all and shattered a mountain after it erupted. No one heard her muttering to herself. They were still in shock from the scene just now. With a crack, a flash of lightning suddenly struck across the night sky, instantly illuminating the panic and fear on everyone's faces. At the same time, a strong wind blew, blowing the people who were already unstable due to the shaking of the ground to the ground. The first lightning was like a warning, and more lightning struck over everyone's heads, as if to strike off the courage and hope in everyone's hearts. The strong wind became more and more violent, whistling with gravel, and it hurt people's faces. Qianxuan's heart moved, and she shouted loudly, "Oh no, it may rain." In summer, there will always be rain after strong winds and lightning, but sometimes it is sporadic light rain, and sometimes it is a downpour for several days in a row. I just hope it is not the latter. After hearing Qianxuan's words, everyone reacted, but they didn't know what to do. After all, they are not in the city now, there is no place for them to hide, and even if there is, the earthquake has not stopped yet, and no one dares to go. Qianxuan's spiritual power entered the space and quickly took out all the rain gear. Uncle, put it on auntie. Qianxuan picked up a red raincoat and threw it to uncle, who was supporting auntie. Seeing Qianxuan's actions, everyone also hurriedly began to look for rain gear in their own space. At this time, Wu once took out a loudspeaker from somewhere. Everyone listen carefully. Anyone who has space props, try your best to collect the nearby military cards into the space, and the rest of you support each other and hide behind the larger meteorites. There are only people from Qianxuan here, so there is no need to avoid it. After the apocalypse, there are meteorites everywhere on the earth, which will be convenient to use to block the wind and rain. Once someone gave an order, the originally panicked people gradually calmed down and began to act in an orderly manner. Count how many rain gears there are, Wu once said to the people who were taking rain gear out of the space. Qianxuan counted quickly. I have 847 pieces here, including 217 raincoats and 630 umbrellas. I have 226 pieces here, including 76 raincoats and 150 umbrellas. 98 pieces, 30 raincoats and 60 umbrellas. 106 pieces, 41 raincoats and 65 umbrellas. Finally, there were 2118 rain gears, including 819 raincoats and 1299 umbrellas. This number looks large, but compared with more than 10,000 people, it is really not enough to share. Wu once thought for a while before speaking. These rain gears are used by the injured. Others who can use magic can use defensive magic, and those who can use fighting spirit can use fighting spirit shields. Just treat it as a new way of training. When Qianxuan and others heard this, they thought this method was good and quickly distributed the rain gear. On the contrary, except for the injured Zhang Hu who put on the raincoat, no one else kept it. The ground was shaking and rumbling continuously. After more than an hour, although the vibration had become smaller, it still did not stop. Similarly, the strong wind and lightning showed no signs of stopping. It was just that at this time, everyone had recovered from the previous panic and was no longer at a loss. It was not until after 8 o'clock in the evening that the ground really stopped shaking. Almost without a break, the sky began to rain sparsely. Just when Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief and thought that the rain was not heavy, the rain began to get heavier and heavier and finally turned into a heavy rain. Fortunately, everyone was wearing raincoats and protective shields at this time. Otherwise, looking at the size and falling momentum of the raindrops, it would definitely hurt to fall on their bodies. As the rain got heavier, the temperature also dropped. In the end, it had dropped from about 40 degrees to more than 20 degrees. Because they were wearing thin clothes, many people began to shiver with cold. Qianxuan wanted to take out clothes for everyone to wear, but in the current situation, there was no way to wear them, even if she took them out. Fortunately, everyone's physical fitness has generally improved now, and they will not catch a cold just because of a little cold. After tossing around for a long time, everyone was tired and began to feel sleepy. Only those who wore raincoats were fine and could take a nap, but others had to concentrate and had no way to rest. Fortunately, everyone had a full dinner before and did not fall into the dilemma of being tired and sleepy. In the sound of the howling rain, no one spoke and everyone waited silently for the rain to stop. Everyone was worried about whether there was an earthquake in the capital and whether their relatives were in danger. But at this time, distant water cannot save nearby fires. They can only hope that the rain will stop soon and they can go back quickly to know the safety of their relatives as soon as possible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62. After the rain. God is always unsatisfactory. There was no more thunder and lightning, and the wind was blowing hard, but the heavy rain lasted for 4 days and 4 nights before it stopped. During these 4 days and 4 nights, few of the tens of thousands of people had a good sleep or a good meal. Most people just leaned on the people around them to take a nap, and most of them ate a few cold steamed buns with water. Qianxuan could have entered the inheritance realm, but she really couldn't enjoy it herself and let her relatives suffer outside, even though she knew that staying outside would be useless. In the past few days, she complained in her heart all the time why the ancestors of the Zuofan family set the inheritance realm so that only the owner could enter. It's okay to eat and sleep poorly. What she couldn't stand the most was the various sanitary conditions. She couldn't take a bath or wash, and even had to urinate and defecate in the wild. Because the rain kept raining, many people couldn't maintain the defensive magic and fighting spirit shield, and they could only stand in the rain until their fighting spirit and magic power recovered before continuing. However, this is not without benefits. At least many people have advanced in these few days. The only good news is that half of the more than 200 people who were infected with the zombie virus survived and awakened various superpowers. This situation also proves that Zuchun and Lizio's theory is not nonsense. Now, after 4 days and 4 nights of tossing, everyone looked haggard, with dark circles under their eyes and half-closed eyes. However, although the rain stopped, everyone still couldn't rest. At this time, there were puddles of water around them, potholes, and mud everywhere. If you step on it, your whole foot will sink into it. It's still a good thing that the place where they are is relatively high, otherwise the rain would have been over the knees. In such an environment, no matter how particular everyone is, there is no way to rest. Looking around, Wu Wanse decisively decided not to take out the military card, and all walked until they found a suitable place to rest. Due to fatigue and the difficulty of the road, the team's marching speed was very slow. After walking for half an hour, they only walked less than 2 kilometers. Even so, Qianxuan was more grateful in her heart. When the earthquake hit, the government and Huxio, who had left before them, had many people and food in their cars. They would have been thrown overboard, and there was no telling how many people would be killed or injured, and how much food would be wasted. However, the people of Qianxuan suffered a few days of suffering, but they did not suffer any actual material losses. Along the way, the disaster area in the past few days seemed to be very large, with mud everywhere, and no good land. The most frightening thing was that they encountered several cracks in the ground after the earthquake. The largest one was several meters wide. There was no echo when a stone was thrown into it. It was bottomless. As long as they thought about the fate they would encounter if they fell into it during an earthquake, they were afraid. Fortunately, they did not encounter it. What made people even more fortunate was that, because of the heavy rain, all smells were covered, affecting the zombies' sense of smell, so that so many of them did not encounter a large group of zombies. Otherwise, they, a group of people whose combat effectiveness was damaged by hunger and fatigue, would be miserable. However, what was depressing was that the temperature had dropped to more than 20 degrees. I thought that after the rain stopped, I would not have to endure the oven like sun like before. However, I did not expect that once the rain stopped, the temperature would rise to nearly 40 degrees again in less than a few hours, and the scorching sun made people's faces red. After walking for most of the day, the hungry and sleepy people finally found a crooked factory area. At this time, no one had the heart to kill zombies. These houses that collapsed mostly could not collect supplies, but there were many cement sites in this factory area, which allowed them to set up tents and rest. At this time, although they were very hungry, everyone chose to quickly set up the tent and go in for a good sleep. This sleep, because of the previous tossing, everyone slept for nearly 20 hours before waking up. After a quick wash, everyone started to build a stove to cook. Because they had been half hungry and half full before, they did not cook porridge this time, but cooked fragrant white rice, plus stir-fried cabbage, and braised pork ribs. This made many people who had not eaten normal meals since the apocalypse burp. After dinner, Qianxuan entered the realm of inheritance and took a deep bath. He rubbed his skin all over his body until it was red and made up for the training he had missed in the past few days. After eating and sleeping well, everyone started on the road again. The temperature on the road has been slowly and continuously rising, as if the previous temperature drop to more than 20 degrees was an illusion. They walked and stopped along the way. On this day, several members of Qianxuan who went to collect dry firewood came back noisily. Really, I didn't see it wrong. The voice was full of anger of distrust. Okay, Dazong, you know you are nearsighted. The person who spoke was obviously on good terms with the previous person, and he spoke without any scruples. That was before. The man called Dazang retorted. Since I awakened my superpowers, my vision has returned to normal. That's right. The man suddenly reacted and was a little entangled for a moment. But what you said is too beyond the scope of trying. How is it possible? Okay, Zingo, don't argue with Dazang. He is obviously dazzled. Another person interrupted. Yes, that's right. Ignore him. Others echoed. Qianxuan, who was standing not far away, looked at the man called Dazang and found that his face was full of anger and dissatisfaction. What's going on? What are you arguing about? Qianxuan walked forward and asked curiously. She always felt that there was something behind the matter. Looking at the man called Dazang, it didn't seem like he was lying. Seeing that it was Qianxuan who asked the question, the few people were excited, and even Dazang, who was still angry, was no exception. Since that battle, Qianxuan's powerful magic and superb archery made her an idol for all the women present. As for men, they regard her as a perfect goddess in their minds. If it were before the end of the world, some people would think that she was too powerful and hurt men's face. But now it is different. She is beautiful, powerful, and has a good background, but she doesn't have the airs of a young lady. Qianxuan completely meets the aesthetics of men in the end of the world. There are many people who want to pursue her, but most of them have the desire, but not the courage. Qianxuan didn't know that she was so famous, and just looked at a few people curiously. A few people pushed, and finally the man named Zingo said with a stutter, "Nothing, it's just that Dazang said that when he was picking up dry firewood, he said that he saw a grass next to him moved by itself." The more he talked to the end, seeing that Qianxuan had always been gentle, he also calmed down from the excitement and spoke more smoothly. "Oh." Qianxuan raised her eyebrows with interest and looked at Dazang with an inquiring gaze. Seeing Qianxuan looking at him, Dazang subconsciously straightened his chest and waist and stood up straight. "Really, miss, I definitely didn't see it wrong. The weather is so stuffy now, there is not even a trace of wind. I looked at the grass and it shook by itself." Qianxuan's heart moved slightly. What's so special about that grass? She intuitively knew that this man named Dazang was not lying. If it was true, it would not be a trivial matter. It seems nothing special. Dazhang's tone was a little uncertain, and suddenly his eyes lit up. By the way, because of the heavy rain before, and the scorching sun these days, the grass around it is yellow-green, a little sluggish, and not very energetic. Only its leaves are still emerald green, especially energetic. Then do you still remember the location of the grass? Can you take me to see it? Qianxuan's tone was a little urgent. Dazhang scratched his head. I remember. Seeing that Qianxuan seemed to attach great importance to this matter, he was a little at a loss. He began to feel uneasy and was no longer as confident as before, for fear that he would remember it wrong and cause Qianxuan to make a wasted trip. The people around looked at each other, wondering how Qianxuan could believe something that sounded unreliable. It was just that they had a certain respect for Qianxuan in their hearts, and did not try to persuade her not to believe it, like they had done to Dazhang before. When she heard him say that he remembered, Qianxuan quickly pulled him to lead the way. Halfway through the walk, she stopped again, turned back and said to the others, "You go find the chief of staff, and tell him that I found something important, and asked him to come over. You should know where the place is, so you can lead him there." She spoke in a hurry, and the last sentence sounded a little uncertain. The others quickly nodded to show that they understood. Seeing them nod, Qianxuan quickly urged Dazhang to lead the way. Chapter 63 Discovery. Qianxuan and Dazhang walked for 5 minutes, and came to the small river near the camp. "That's the grass." Dazhang pointed at the ground 2 or 3 meters away and said. Qianxuan took a few steps forward and squatted down, carefully observing the grass that looked ordinary, but looked a little special. Qianxuan had no research on plants, and didn't know the type of grass, but it was very common and a very common weed. As Dazhang said before, this grass is indeed much more energetic than the other grasses around it. Qianxuan poked it tentatively, but it didn't move. However, she would not think that this is just an ordinary grass. Maybe it was because of her special ability. As soon as she approached the grass, she felt that the grass gave it a very abrupt feeling, and it felt like a big beauty standing among a bunch of ugly people. It was a strange metaphor, but it fit her feeling very well. She even had a vague feeling that this grass was no longer the same species as the surrounding grasses. Just when Qianxuan was thinking about what other methods to use to test it, the previous few people came with Wu Wanse and Shasha, Lu Zhi, Lu Chen, Yizhen and Juanchang also followed to join in the fun. Wu Wanse first sent those people and Dazang away and asked them to return to the camp. After that, Wu Wanse did not speak, but walked forward in 2 or 3 steps and squatted down with Qianxuan to observe the weeds. It seemed that he had learned the cause of the matter from those people and realized the importance of the matter. Not long after, Shasha also squatted beside them, looking at the unremarkable grass, and then looked at Qianxuan and Wu Wanse who were observing carefully, wondering, what's so good about it? It's just a grass. Can you see a flower? At first, Shasha was patient enough to accompany the two of them. After 10 minutes, the two were still staring at the grass thoughtfully, and she became impatient and stretched out her fingers to poke the grass hard, as if to vent her anger. Qianxuan and Wu Wanse saw her action and were about to speak to stop her when they heard Shasha scream, "Ah!" And then she stood up suddenly. "What's wrong?" Shasha stretched out her hand in doubt. "Look." Everyone looked over and saw a pair of white and slender hands, but there was a bright red cut on the index finger. Everyone was startled and subconsciously looked at the grass, just in time to see a trace of blood on a leaf of the grass gradually faded and finally disappeared. Man-eating plant? Vampire grass? Yizhen and Juanchang took a step back at the same time, surprised. How could it be? I poked it with my finger before, but I didn't get an attack like Shasha did. Qianxuan said in a bit of surprise. Sasha's face was full of strangeness, and she finally said with some guilt, "Maybe it's because you have no ill intentions?" Qianxuan thought about it, and thought it was possible. She said, "Sasha, use your ability to see through this grass." Sasha didn't ask why, but used her ability to look at the grass, and then took a breath. "This grass has a brain core." Through the soil, she clearly saw a green rice-sized thing at the root of the grass, similar to the brain core of a zombie. "What did you say?" Several people asked at the same time in disbelief. "Is it true?" Wu Wanse muttered to himself. Although it was a question, his tone was full of the affirmation that he had long expected. "Uncle Wu, what have you found?" Qianxuan asked, and the rest of the people looked at him expectantly. Wu Wanse pulled at his wrinkled clothes. "I don't know if you noticed that after the apocalypse, animals like sparrows and dogs disappeared suddenly. It's midsummer now, and we're in the wild, so we should hear a lot of cicadas and frogs, but have you heard them these days?" Everyone was shocked and began to recall the journey of more than a month, and finally found that they had not heard them once. Qianxuan still remembered the time when he asked why there were no fish in the river, and the inspiration that flashed in his mind when he met the baby zombie. Seeing that everyone had noticed, Wu Wanse spoke up. "Since humans can be infected with the zombie virus, why can't animals be infected?" Fourth sister-in-law and brother-in-law have also raised speculations in this regard a long time ago, but because there is no evidence and I'm afraid of causing panic among the masses, I have never said anything. Now, even plants have begun to mutate, so there is a more than 90% chance that animal mutations are not far from us. Fifth grandfather, the crown prince was always listless before I came out, and sometimes very irritable. Is it because he was infected with the zombie virus? Will he lose his mind like the zombies and end up like a walking corpse? The more he spoke, the more anxious and worried he became. The crown prince is the name of a dog. It was a wild Tibetan Mastiff cub that his father personally caught from XZ when Yixin was 12 years old and gave him as a birthday gift. It has a thick, shiny brown-red fur, a proud temperament, and is particularly conceited, so Yixin named it the Crown Prince. Yixin loved the Crown Prince very much. He never asked anyone to bathe or comb his hair for him. The Crown Prince also liked to follow him. The relationship between the master and the pet was very good. In fact, Qianxuan caught 3 wild Tibetan Mastiff puppies at that time. In addition to giving them to Yixin's Crown Prince, Qianxuan also received a snow white and docile female Tibetan Mastiff, named Snow Fairy after the Crown Prince. However, Qianxuan only took care of her for 1 year. After she was discharged from the army due to physical abnormalities, she gave Snow Fairy to Sissy and Yuan, who loved her very much. Despite this, Snow Fairy was still very affectionate every time she saw Qianxuan. The remaining one was a black male Tibetan Mastiff, which was given to Qianxu, who had always loved animals, but was in poor health. Because of its silent and steady temperament, Qianxu named it Black General. Not necessarily. Wu Wan's comforted, just like when humans are infected with the zombie virus, some become zombies and some become superpowers. Then animals should be the same. They may become animal zombies or superpowers. After hearing Wu Wan's explanation, Yixin breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was still a little worried, at least he was not hopeless. Fifth uncle, Qianxuan's voice was a little hesitant. Animals have their own consciousness and can move freely, so let's not talk about it. What about plants? Will plants have their own consciousness after mutation? Like the attack on Shasha just now, was it instinctive or its own behavior? Wu once was stunned and realized that this was indeed a problem that needed to be solved and suggested, how about you use your mental power to explore? In this matter, he didn't really know much. After all, he had been exposed to technology before. It's useless. Qianxuan frowned. The mental magnetic field of plants is very different from that of animals. The two cannot resonate at all. In Sadia, there are plant-type monsters. Before these monsters reach the advanced 7th level, even the god-level strongmen will only treat them as ordinary plants. But this does not mean that they have no independent consciousness in front of the 7th level. It's just that at the 7th level, their mental power will undergo a strange qualitative change, and the mental magnetic field will change. Although it is still different from animals, they can already communicate. After hearing Qianxuan's words, Wu Wanse was also a little troubled. You know, whether these mutant plants have independent consciousness determines the response plan they will take when they encounter them in the future. Or, Zuan, you transplant this grass back in a flower pot, and let's discuss what we can do. Shasha suggested. Qianxuan heard that this was the only way. After transplanting the weeds, everyone started to walk back. Halfway through the walk, Lu Chen suddenly spoke up. Uncle Wu Wu, if animal zombies appear, group animals like mice and ants will also appear as zombies. In that case, it would be too dangerous for the people in the city to be unaware. Wu once smiled. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, I told my eldest brother in advance, and he will be prepared. Then should we tell everyone about our discovery? Shasha asked. Wu once paused for a moment. Yes, it's good to let people be prepared in advance. Just like those people who encountered mutant plants today, they were not prepared. Fortunately, they encountered weeds with little lethality, not other powerful mutant plants. Otherwise this team would definitely go and never come back. Also, let's mention the possible mutations of animals. Anyway, mutant plants have already appeared, and the appearance of animal zombies and strange beasts will also be a matter of time. Moreover, we don't know if being bitten by an animal zombie will infect you with a zombie virus, so let's be on guard. Especially insects, which are relatively small and easy to be ignored. Qianxuan added a few points. Thinking that they were in the wild, no one would care, even if they were bitten by insects. Everyone was startled and nodded in agreement. Chapter 64 Refugees. While Qianxuan and his friends were discussing the mutation of plants and animals by the river, something happened in the camp. It was 12 o'clock in the afternoon, just the time for dinner. There were more than 10,000 people, and there were thousands of pots set up. The porridge smelled very strong, and it could be smelled from a few thousand meters away. A group of people were attracted by the smell. Seeing that hundreds of people were coming to the camp, they reacted quickly and drank the half-drunk porridge. Some people stopped them outside the camp, and some people hurried to inform the higher-ups. There were many people in this group, but they looked really embarrassed. Everyone was wearing tattered clothes, and the original color could not be seen. They were also very dirty, unkempt, and smelled bad from a distance. Everyone was pale and thin. What was strange was that at this time, when even middle-aged men could hardly survive in the end times, there were actually many old people and children in their team. What made people frown was that these people were ecstatic to see so many of them, and they did not hide their desire for the porridge on the stove in the camp at all, and their eyes were shining. If it was before the end of the world, this situation would be normal. After all, it was still a society ruled by law. Except for special circumstances, no one would take special precautions. But now it is the end of the world. In addition to becoming food for zombies, there are also unpredictable human hearts. Normally, seeing so many of them, it would be better not to run away in fear, let alone be ecstatic. And food, in the end of the world, this is a very sensitive topic. No one would peek so openly without disguising it. Isn't that a naked provocation? Those who would do this are either ignorant or fearless. As for this group of people, they can't tell which type they are for the time being. This unusual situation made everyone more defensive. The scene was quiet, except for the occasional sound of swallowing saliva from the group. No one made a sound. When Qianxuan and the others came back, they saw such a confusing scene. Seeing Wu Wan's, the people who were on guard just now breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Qianxuan, who was a few steps behind, they were even more shocked. As for Shasha and the others, they had been ignored by them. What's going on? Wu Wanse asked calmly. A short boy ran up smartly. Chief of Staff, I don't know where these people came from. As soon as they appeared, they stared at our food with shining eyes. Wu Wanse frowned. What was going on with this strange situation? Old 5. At this time, Wu Wancheng, Qianming, Qianyun, Khan Ruofi and others walked out of the camp. Well, Wu Wanse responded, please go and find out the situation first, third brother. This kind of diplomatic matter is actually the most suitable for Zhang Huhu, who is a diplomat, but her current situation does not allow it, so naturally it is the turn of Wu Wancheng, who is a businessman. Wu Wancheng readily agreed, took a few steps forward, and said to the group of people, please choose a representative. The tone was gentle, and looked down on by a superior, as if facing not a group of hungry refugees, but waiters in a high-end restaurant. The group of people pushed and shoved, and finally a hunched old man with a cane stood up. Everyone was surprised. If it was before the end of the world, it would be reasonable to elect an old man of high moral character. It was understandable in the end times, where the strong are respected. How should I address this old man? Seeing that it was an old man, Wu Wancheng spoke with a proper amount of respect. The old man walked a little unsteadily, but his words were sonorous and powerful. My surname is Lin, and my given name is Guo. I'm the oldest among the brothers. I'm too arrogant. You can just call me Uncle Lin. As soon as he said this, Qianxuan and the others looked at him seriously. The more they looked at him, the more her guess was confirmed. Before, she didn't care, because she saw that the old man looked like he would fall down at the slightest breeze. Now, hearing his firm and determined way of speaking, she guessed that the old man should have served in the army, and it was probably not a short time. Although Wu Wancheng himself did not join the army, there were several officers in his family, so it was impossible for him to be unaware of this. My surname is Wu, my name is Wancheng, and I'm the third among my brothers. Uncle Lin can just call me Wu-san. After hearing Wu Wancheng's introduction, Uncle Lin's reaction was unexpected. He grabbed Wu Wancheng's hand and asked excitedly, your surname is Wu, and your generation is 1. What is your relationship with General Wu Yun? There were tears in his eyes. General Wu Yun, could he be an old acquaintance of her grandfather? Wu Wancheng also realized that the old man knew his uncle, and did not hide it. That's my uncle. Hearing his answer, Uncle Lin was even more excited. Is General Wu Yun okay now? Is he here? While asking, he looked into the camp. My uncle is fine. Only a few of us brothers went out on this mission. He didn't come with us. Hearing that Wu Yun was not there, Uncle Lin let go of Wu Wancheng's hand in disappointment. Tears streamed down his face, and he murmured to himself. The old man couldn't even see the old general for the last time. The voice was inaudible to ordinary people, but Qianxuan and the others heard it clearly. Just as Wu Wancheng was about to ask, Uncle Lin called 2 15 or 16-year-old boys who looked exactly the same to his side from the crowd. Uncle Lin held the hands of the 2 teenagers, one on each side. His cloudy eyes were washed clear by tears, and he said with nostalgia, if you count carefully, I haven't seen the old general for more than 10 years. Because my family was poor, and I had 2 younger brothers and sisters who were crying for food, I joined the army at the age of 16, and was assigned to the old general at that time. from recruit training to enlistment, and later on the battlefield in Yunnan. The old general led us all the way for nearly 10 years. He didn't say that he was like his own sons, but he protected us tightly. If any of our families were in bad conditions, the old general would often use his own allowance to subsidize us. That year, my younger brother went to collect herbs and rolled down the mountain and was seriously injured. The old general helped me to pay for the medical expenses, and my sister was almost deceived by a rogue for 2 yuan to become a child bride, and the old general helped to solve it. Even later, when I helped my younger brother and sister-in-law to arrange their lifelong events, it was the old general who saw that I had no one who understood me and introduced me to someone so that I didn't stay single for the rest of my life. I don't know about others, but I don't have a father myself. In my heart, the old general is like my father. At this point, Qianxuan actually saw admiration on the face of this old man who already knew his fate. Soon, the admiration turned into regret and guilt. Later, I injured my leg on the battlefield, so I retired and became the old general's driver. When my son grew up, I sent him to the army, hoping that he could continue to serve the old general on my behalf. At first, everything was fine, and the old general valued him very much. Later, because he was a little impetuous and unstable, I privately asked the old general to calm him down and let him control his temper. But that beast actually joined the old general's enemy because of this matter, sold out the intelligence on the front line, and caused most of the old general's confidants to be killed or injured, and the major general almost died on the battlefield. At first, the old general took me into consideration and wanted to hide it from me, but later, rumors appeared in the barracks and let me know. In order to atone for my sins, I hardened my heart and shot my own son to death. At that time, I was supposed to stay in prison for the rest of my life, but I didn't expect that I would stay in prison for only 1 year, and the old general found a way to get me out. If it weren't for my remarried daughter-in-law who left me a pair of grandchildren, I would have gone to accompany my old partner who died early due to the pain of losing his son. Hearing such a story, everyone sighed. To Uncle Lin's wife, son, and daughter-in-law, he was not a good husband and father. He was too selfless. In his eyes, the country was more important than the family. In order to be loyal to his superior, he gave up his son despite his reluctance. Most people can understand his behavior, but they cannot agree with it. But even so, it cannot be denied that he is stubborn, loyal, firm, grateful, and a respectable person. At this time, Uncle Lin pushed his 2 grandsons to the front. The world is in chaos, and I don't escape reality like others. As he said, he glanced at the group of people behind him. This era is like the ancient heroes fighting for Zhuolu. Only the strong have the right to speak. I'm old and can't even shoot a gun, so I won't nag the old general. But my 2 grandsons are dull, but they are still young and have awakened good superpowers. They can still help the old general. Tell the old general that I have taught them well, and the things that happened in the past will not happen again. As he said, he stared at Wu Wancheng and asked for his answer. Wu Wancheng looked back at Wu once, and when he saw him nod, he nodded in agreement. Seeing him nod, Uncle Lin smiled. In this way, I won't have to be ashamed of the old general. Hua Gang fell down with a bang. Wu Wancheng was startled and went forward to pick him up, but found that he was no longer breathing. Chapter 65 False Alarm. Things happened too fast, and the situation took a turn for the worse. Before anyone could react, the outcome was already decided. What was strange was that the sudden death of Uncle Lin made the group panic, but Uncle Lin's twin grandsons were very calm. If it weren't for the suppressed sadness and uneasiness in their eyes, Qianxuan would have thought they were cold-blooded. However, from their performance, it seemed that they had already anticipated Uncle Lin's death. Wu Wancheng originally planned to find out about the situation of that group of people, but he didn't expect to meet his uncle's old subordinates, who also came to entrust their children to him before their death, catching everyone off guard. Seeing that Uncle Lin was dead, the group of people were still eyeing the food in the camp. The soldiers were halfway through their meal, and their stomachs were still not full. It was not a good idea to delay it. Wu Wancheng simply began to ask the twins about the situation of the team. Lin Hui and Linen, the twins, said that they lived with their grandfather at the foot of the Jiamiao mountain. dozens of kilometers away. They were collecting herbs in the mountains at the end of the world. When the meteor shower came, they hid in the cave. Later, when Uncle Lin saw that the situation was not right, he took them to an abandoned air raid shelter in the nearby mountains. When the zombies were not strong, he moved a lot of food from the nearby village to the air raid shelter. The two of them awakened their powers of strength and speed, so it was easy to deal with the zombies. Because of Uncle Lin's idea, they also rescued many survivors and took them to the air raid shelter. By half a month ago, there were more than 2,000 people in the air raid shelter. When the earthquake happened, all the mountains collapsed, and only half of them escaped. In the past half month, they were led by Uncle Lin all the way to the capital. They encountered many zombies on the road. Most of them were killed or injured, and there was no food or water. They relied on wild vegetables and wild fruits to fill their stomachs. Grandpa said that it is the duty of a soldier to protect the people, and we can't just leave the survivors behind. Grandpa said that the times have changed, and if we want to survive, we must face it bravely. First of all, we must learn to kill zombies, otherwise we can't find food, and will starve to death. But those people are afraid of death, and dare not go out. It has always been only my brother and I who go out to find food. Grandpa said that the weather has changed, and there will be chaos. He is worried, and wants to go see if the old general is okay. He said that he knows he is going to die, and he wants to send us to the old general to protect him before he dies. He said that, even if he doesn't live to that time, we have to find a way to go to the capital to find the old general. Grandpa said that, if the survivors continue to evade reality like this, they will only die faster. He doesn't have the energy to take care of them. We have to find a way to get rid of such people, otherwise they will cause trouble for the old general. Grandpa said that the most dangerous thing now is not zombies, but human hearts. Let us not trust others easily. After he dies, let us only listen to the old general, so we won't suffer any loss. Grandpa said, Lin Hui and Lin En had very good memory, and said everything Grandpa Lin said without missing a word. From their words, Qianxuan also roughly understood the series of psychological changes of Grandpa Lin after the doomsday. At the beginning, he only regarded the doomsday as a relatively large disaster, and he was calm and unhurried. He also insisted on his responsibility as a soldier, and tried his best to rescue the survivors. As time went on, the situation did not improve, and he slowly realized that the situation was unusual. At this time, they rescued more and more people ate, but except Lin Hui and Lin En, no one was willing, and had no courage, to risk their lives, to go out to find food. Moreover, as the food became less and less, some people began to complain that they should not save people anymore and increase the consumption of food. Grandpa Lin was selfless, but he was not without temper. What's more, his two grandsons risked their lives to go out to find food every day, and those who ate white rice actually had the mind to make trouble. After the earthquake, they escaped, and Grandpa Lin no longer wanted to protect those ungrateful people as much as before. He wanted to go to the capital to find Wu Yun, but he was worried that these people would cause trouble for Wu Yun, and he was also worried that his young grandson would be deceived by these people and lose his life. As for the death of Grandpa Lin, it was probably because he was old and exhausted. He had been enduring because of his unfinished business before, and now he let go of his worries and relaxed all of a sudden, which led to his sudden death. To be honest, Qianxuan felt that those people were really born with blessings, but didn't know how to appreciate them. In the end times, among all the people who survived, there were a few who had not killed zombies and starved. It was just a matter of more or less. And these people got the help of Grandpa Lin from the beginning, and they could get food without doing anything. Not only were these people not grateful to Grandpa Lin, but from the words of Lin Hui and Lin En, they clearly had many dissatisfactions with Grandpa Lin, and they blamed Grandpa Lin for anything they were not satisfied with. If it weren't for the high martial arts values of Lin Hui and Lin En, they might have already started fighting. The group of people behind were not fools. They listened to Lin Hui and Lin En repeating what Uncle Lin said, and they were blaming them. Before Wu Wanqing spoke, someone got anxious. Sir, don't listen to what those two brats say. They are fools, and their words can't be taken seriously. The person who spoke was a middle-aged woman. She was very flattering to Wu Wancheng, but turned around and looked at Lin Hui and Lin En with a vicious look. Qianxuan frowned. Although the woman's face was dark yellow, she had a body of fat that had not been lost in the end of the world. It can be seen that she had received a lot of favors from the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren before. But now she started to slander them without hesitation, which was really disgusting. With someone starting, more and more people started to make noise. Yes, Aunt Zhang is right. Lin Hui and Lin En had their brains burned out when they were 12 years old. They are fools. That's right. You can't believe what they say. And you and Uncle Lin are old acquaintances. You must be soldiers. We are ordinary people. That's right. We pay taxes to the country. You have to protect us. Yes, and provide us with food. For a while, all kinds of unreasonable demands were flying all over the sky. Hearing someone say that Lin Hui and Lin En had their brains burned out, although the words were unpleasant to hear, they didn't seem to be lying. Qianxuan looked at them carefully and found that there were indeed some clues. The 16-year-old boy still had innocent eyes, which were incredibly clean. Wu Wancheng and others also looked at the 2 teenagers. Seeing them like this, Lin Hui and Lin En became a little anxious, fearing that they would change their minds and not take them to the old general that their grandfather said. They are wrong. We are not fools, although our brains were indeed burned out when we were 12 years old. This anxiety made Lin Hui's words more chaotic and contradictory. On the contrary, Lin En, as the younger brother, was more clever. Seeing that Qianxuan and others did not look at them with the sympathy and pity they were used to, he was relieved. Our grandfather said that it is best for us to do this. We will not have any bad thoughts and we will concentrate on our work. Moreover, we have a good memory, are obedient, and have good skills. We will never forget what the old general asked us to do, and we will do our best. In his opinion, his grandfather's words were the most convincing. When he said this, his face was full of pride, and even Lin Hui, who was standing beside him, raised his head and chest, with a child's pride on his face. Qianxuan felt sad when she heard it. What does it mean, to not have any bad thoughts? Uncle Lin was simply afraid of the well rope, after being bitten by a snake once, and he still broods over the past. Thinking of what Uncle Lin said before, he taught his grandson very well, and the same thing would not happen again. He was shocked. Why did you burn your brain? Qianxuan asked anxiously. Could it be that Uncle Lin did it on purpose in order not to repeat the same mistake? If that was the case, she really didn't dare to bring the 2 of them to Grandpa. If Grandpa knew about this, he would be so guilty that he would die. Thinking that Uncle Lin had the heart to kill his own son and let his grandson burn into a fool, he might really do it. Others also heard the hidden meaning in Qianxuan's words and were worried. Lin Hui touched his head naively with a bit of shame on his face. That summer, Grandpa went up the mountain to collect herbs for our tuition. I took my brother to the pond at the east end of the village to play in the water. We had an argument with other friends and finally fought. We have been trained by Grandpa since we were young, so we are quite skilled. They couldn't get the upper hand over either of us. The next day, those friends stole our clothes when we were playing in the pond. Because our family was poor, my brother and I only had 2 sets of replacement clothes each, so we had to run around the village naked looking for clothes. Later it rained, and we relied on our good health since childhood, and didn't take it seriously. We were caught in the rain for a long time, and ended up getting feverish when we got home in the middle of the night. Grandpa was not at home, and our friends saw that we didn't go out, and thought we were angry about the clothes. When Grandpa came home and discovered our situation, it was too late. Hearing that things were not as bad as they imagined, and it was a false alarm, Qianxuan and others were relieved, but they couldn't help but feel regretful. Seeing that Lin Huo's brain was damaged, and his IQ was at the level of a 12-year-old, yet he spoke so clearly and coherently, it was clear that they were not lacking in intelligence. Moreover, judging from their behavior after the apocalypse, they were also quite precocious and sensible. If they could grow up smoothly, they might become 2 young talents. Chapter 66 Zuan Qian. Thinking that the seemingly young children in front of him were actually only 12 years old, Qianxuan's eyes softened subconsciously. Meanwhile, the refugees were getting more and more outrageous. Hundreds of them kept talking, and their words became more and more excessive. In the end, they even said some threatening words. Wu Wansheng had a headache and ordered Yixin to take Lin Huoyanlin to clean up. Just as he was about to appease the refugees, he heard a gunshot. "What are you arguing about?" Wu Wanheo's impatient voice came from behind. He was practicing on the military card before and came down to eat a little late, but he didn't expect to see such a commotion. In addition, he was still hungry, so his attitude was naturally not good. Those refugees were bullies who only feared the strong and bullied the weak. Before, Wu Wansheng didn't scold them for their noise, so they thought Wu Wansheng was good-tempered and kept pestering them. Now that they saw that they had guns, and Wu Wanheo was still fierce, they were all silent, with fear and regret faintly on their faces. Wu Wanheo strode forward and said in a bad tone, "I'm telling you, don't talk to me about the government, the army, obligations, and rights. This is the end of the world, and the old ways are no longer effective. Now whoever has the bigger fist will be the one to listen to it. My fist is bigger, so I don't intend to care about you. What can you do?" The last sentence was particularly annoying. The refugees were also confused. They have been avoiding reality all the time, thinking that they could just wait for the government's rescue. As for the fact that the government has been delayed for several months, they have been comforting themselves that it is because there are too many people suffering. Although Uncle Lin had mentioned it vaguely before, they did not take Uncle Lin's words seriously, who was trapped here like them, and instead thought he was a pessimist. But now someone said carelessly that this is the end of the world, and the person who said this is from the capital, so they can't help but believe it. It's like a person who has been weaving a beautiful dream for himself. He originally thought it might be fake, but people around him were talking about the beauty of this dream, so he believed it more and more that it was true. Suddenly, someone came with a sledgehammer and smashed the dream. The blow was not ordinary. Xuan Qian, who was standing behind the refugee group, was a little anxious at this time. Of course, she was not like those refugees who had not yet recognized the reality. She joined this team a few days ago. Before, she relied on her own strength to kill zombies and find food to survive. Although it was difficult, and she was in danger of life and death several times, she got used to it. The reason why she joined this team was that Uncle Lin was more reliable, and Lin Huoyi and Lin were very strong. They were going to the capital, so they wanted to take advantage of it. But unexpectedly, things happened too quickly. Uncle Lin died suddenly, and Lin Huoyi and Lin were accepted by this team that was strong and large in number. The most important thing is that it seems that the other party has no intention of caring about them. If it were in the past, she would definitely not care, and at most she would go back to traveling alone. But they encountered a monster with red skin all over its body yesterday. If it weren't for Lin Huoyi and Lin, she would definitely not have survived. If she encounters such a monster again in the future, she will definitely not be able to survive with her strength. It doesn't matter if she dies, but her brother at home will definitely be killed by that woman. Various thoughts flashed through her mind. Finally, Xuan Qian gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and walked to the front of the team. At this time, all the refugees were shocked by the news from Wu Wanheo's mouth and stood still. Only Xuan Qian walked forward from the back of the team, making it impossible not to pay attention to her. Qian Xuan looked at Xuan Qian, who was walking forward. She was about 160 centimeters tall, with short hair like a bird's nest. Because it was too dirty, her specific appearance could not be seen. Her skin was slightly dark, and judging from her body shape, she was a person who exercised regularly. The most noticeable thing was that the pair of flexible almond eyes in her eye sockets flashed with determination to burn her boats. Suddenly, Qian Xuan became interested and wanted to see what this woman wanted to do. At this time, Xuan Qian stood in front of Wu Wansheng. "My name is Xuan Qian. I want to join you." This name sounds familiar. Qianxuan thought for a few seconds before remembering where she had heard this name, and then looked at Xuan Qian with shining eyes. Celebrity. This is a real celebrity in the capital city. Shasha had the same reaction as Qianxuan and walked to Xuan Qian into steps. The Xuan Qian in the capital? Shasha asked with a somewhat uncertain tone. After all, if they had the same name, it would be a waste of excitement. Yes. Zuan Qian was a little confused at first, but then she remembered that the incident a few years ago was on TV, and many people in the capital knew her. Hearing her confirmation, the light in Qianxuan and Shasha's eyes became brighter. Speaking of Zuan Qian, she is not a singing star, nor an expert in any field. It's just that the incident that happened a few years ago made Qianxuan and Shasha have a long-term relationship with her. It's not for anything else, it's really because what this girl did is too damn to their taste. As for what she did, it was actually very simple. She filed a lawsuit, sued her stepmother to prison, and made her scump father fall from the political stage. By the way, Zuan Qian's family has also been in politics for generations, but it started to go downhill when her grandfather's generation came. Because her family had no say in the state power and the economic situation was declining again and again, her grandfather decided to marry her father Zhu Jingke to Bei Kainong, the only daughter of Hangzhou wealthy businessman Bei Hang. Later, Zuan Qian and her younger brother Zuanian were born, but Bei Kainong was in poor health and died of a terminal illness shortly after giving birth to Zuanian. After her death, Zhu Jingke married his mistress Yang Yan outside and brought her and his illegitimate son Zuanian, who was older than Zuanian, into the Zhu family. Of course, this is not enough for Zuan Qian to sue Yang Yan. After all, this is not the early Taiwan, and there is still the crime of adultery. This matter at most made the relationship between Zuan Qian and Zhu Jingke's father and son stalemate. Zuan Qian has been like a tomboy since she was a child. She is active and lively, and her grades are terrible. She has always been heartless. So when Zhu Jingke remarried and brought back an illegitimate child who looked 6 points like him, she locked herself in the room for a few days at the beginning, and everything was normal after she came out. At that time, everyone thought that she had not grown up yet and had a childish mentality. Later, Yang Yan coveted the huge property that Bei Kainong left to her 2 children and designed an accident to take Zuanian's life. Of course, she was not kind enough to let Zuan Qian go, but she did not take Zuan Qian seriously, thinking that it was too easy to cheat the property from her heartless hands. Compared with Zuanian, Zhu Jingke actually doted on his only daughter Zuan Qian more, sometimes even better than Zuan Ming. But 3 years ago, Zuan Qian did not care about the father-daughter relationship between her and Zhu Jingke at all, and brought Yang Yan to court for the crime of attempted murder of her stepson. Finally, she planned for several years, had all the evidence, and even brought the matter to the TV station, winning the case without any suspense. At that time, everyone thought that, although Zuan Qian's behavior was excusable, she was scheming and did not care about family affection. However, Qianxuan and Shasha had different opinions. They thought that Zuan Qian dared to love and hate, was bold and careful, valued love and righteousness, and had a big picture view when doing things. She was a rare heroine. Because Ruan Ming was her defense lawyer at the time, and Ruan Ming told them the conversation between Zuan Qian and Zhu Jingke when they walked out of the court. At that time, Zhu Jingke asked her why, and Zuan Qian's answer was, "From the time you remarried less than a month after your mother died, regardless of Yan's status, you took Zuan Ming home. From you acquiesced to Yang Yan's design to kill Yan. From you wanting to give Zuan Ming the property left to us by your mother, to me, you are no longer my father." With Zuan Qian's intelligence, would she not know that, even if she won the lawsuit, her reputation would be ruined? No, she knew, but she still did it for the safety of her brother. When Ruan Ming talked about Zuan Qian, Qianxuan and Shasha wanted to meet this woman. But not long after, Zuan Qian left the capital, so they missed each other. On the other hand, Zuan Qian felt a little uneasy. The other party had obviously heard of her, but she knew that, although she was famous in the capital, it was not a good reputation. Chapter 67 Zuan Qian's trump card. No matter how excited Qianxuan and Shasha were to see Zuan Qian had to follow the normal procedures to join the team. Wu Wancheng and others had also heard about Zuan Qian's affairs. Of course, with their experience, they would not just follow the crowd. You have to know that our team is a Silver Star Air Force Corps, one of the major forces in the capital. It is not a temporary formation. Wu Wancheng said carefully. Now is the end of the world. If it is not a special situation, he does not want to recruit members casually. Judging from what happened a few years ago, Xuan Qian is a person who can be trusted, but that can only be said in the past. The end of the world has changed too many people. He cannot be sure that Xuan Qian is still the Xuan Qian a few years ago. Xuan Qian understood the refusal in Wu Wansheng's words, but she did not intend to give up. If she missed this opportunity, she didn't know if she would ever return to the capital. She was determined and asked seriously, I want to know what the conditions are for joining your Silver Star? Seeing that she clearly understood his refusal, but still asked this question, Wu Wansheng was stunned, but still answered her, character first, courage second, potential third. These are the 3 recruitment standards proposed by Wu Wan's, and Silver Star has always implemented them in this way. Now it was Xuan Qian's turn to be stunned. She thought the other party would have some requirements in terms of strength. After all, in the end times, only strength is a guarantee. However, she thought about it carefully and felt that the 3 points were indeed very reasonable, which also made her have a preliminary recognition of this team. Firmly determined to join the team, Xuan Qian began to introduce herself. As for character, what I say doesn't count, but time will tell. As for courage, I have walked here from S City alone since the apocalypse. I think this is the best proof. As for potential. After a pause, Xuan Qian still gritted her teeth and said her trump card, I have awakened the ability to transform. Although the combat power is not strong, the ability to assist the team is very strong. Speaking of this, she actually had a lot of resentment. She had developed motor nerves since she was a child, but the awakened ability was not an attacking one. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have had such a hard time killing zombies, and she would have even escaped death several times. Transformation ability? Although I know the general meaning from the literal meaning, I don't have a specific concept. At this time, Wu Wan's came out, can you tell me more about your ability? He was very interested. Now that she had said it, Xuan Qian no longer hid it and said openly, I can make all inanimate objects more powerful. As she said this, she picked up a dead branch from the ground as a demonstration. A colorless mist visible to the naked eye emerged from her hand and disappeared into the branch. Then she slashed the branch against a piece of gravel next to her, and the gravel easily broke into 2 halves. Everyone exclaimed, what a practical ability. It was almost the same as Wu Wanhao's ability. Wu Wan's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Do the things you have modified always have this effect, or will they return to their original state after a certain period of time? His words were actually a bit offensive, and they seemed to be prying into other people's abilities, but Xuan Qian was not angry, and still said unyieldingly, neither. It depends on how much energy I input. As long as the energy is not used up, it will always be effective. In that case, as long as the weapon you have modified still has energy, even if it is left for a long time, it will not affect its effect? Wu Wan's asked back. At this moment, he no longer concealed his emotions, and his eyes and eyebrows were full of joy. With such clear words, Qianxuan and others also understood how useful this transformation ability was, and they all showed excitement. Seeing the other party's undisguised excitement, Xuan Qian completely calmed down and nodded. Yes, then can I join you? Wu Wan's did not speak, but just cast an inquiring look at Qian Ming behind him. Seeing him nod, he turned around and stretched out his hand to Xuan Qian. The Silver Star Air Force Regiment welcomes you to join. It's an honor. Even Xuan Qian, who was very confident at the beginning, was a little excited. She held back her hand and shook hands with Wu Wan's and separated them. As soon as they touched, Qianxuan and Shasha saw that Xuan Qian had become a comrade in arms, and they excitedly stepped forward from the left and right and did not care about her dirty hands and pulled her to the camp. Fifth uncle, let's take Xuan Qian to take a shower. Qianxuan hurriedly said hello before leaving. Xuan Qian was not used to their enthusiasm at first, but she was not a shy person after all. Seeing that they really wanted to make friends with her, she became open and generous, which made Qianxuan and Shasha, who saw the change in her attitude, look at each other with admiring smiles. Xuan Qian, your ability is really useful. I believe you will become a rich woman in the army in a short time. Shasha's words were full of undisguised jealousy, and then her tone became naughty and gloating. But you will definitely be exhausted. Zuan Qian was not angry about Sasha's direct words, but was very happy that she didn't have to talk in a roundabout way. Therefore, her tone of speech was very casual. What do you mean? There was also a hint of interest. Qianxuan was a little surprised that the lazy Sasha said so much to a person she just met. You know, she and Luo are not talkative people, and only when talking to the enthusiastic and cheerful Xiaomin, Sasha would talk endlessly. Could it be because they were too excited because of their long-term spiritual friendship? Seeing the rare joy and relaxation between Sasha's eyebrows, Qianxuan smiled and let her be, as long as she is happy. At this time, Sasha has begun to popularize some common sense of Silver Star to Zuan Qian. In Silver Star, everything you do will have contribution points. Whether it is the combat group going out to do tasks, or the logistics group sorting out the housework. For example, water-based superpowers will also get corresponding contribution points, while providing a certain amount of water every day. With your superpowers, you must help to transform weapons, and you can also get contribution points. With contribution points, you can use them to exchange various supplies and brain cores with the logistics group. But there is only one superpower to transform, and the workload must be very large. Zuan Qian thought that this rule was very humane when she heard it, and she added a touch of confidence to her future life. By the way, Zuan Qian, do you want to join the logistics group or the combat group? Sasha asked again. You can just call me Qian. As she said, she quickly glanced at Qianxuan, who had been silent, but with a gentle expression. Can you tell me more about the specific division of labor between the logistics group and the combat group? Okay, then you call me Sasha, and call her Qianxuan. As the name implies, the combat group is responsible for combat, and the logistics group is responsible for logistics. But don't think that the logistics group is inferior to the combat group. Although most of the members of the logistics group are family members of the combat group, there are also many professional talents and special abilities. For example, the medical room, laboratory, reconnaissance team, etc. are very important to the Legion. Sasha was afraid that Zuan Qian would look down on the logistics group, so she explained it to her. Can I join the combat group? Zuan Qian asked hesitantly. She didn't look down on the logistics group, but with her personality, she was more fond of the combat group. However, her combat effectiveness is not very strong, and her ability is special. The top management should prefer her to stay in the safe rear. Sure. To her surprise, Sasha agreed very readily. She agreed so straightforwardly that Zuan Qian hesitated. Maybe she didn't understand the situation. Seeing that she was hesitant to speak, Sasha rolled her eyes and understood her concerns and explained, I know what you are worried about, but our Legion has its own special training method. It is not only those with superpowers who can become stronger. The reason why your superpowers are important is that the current guns are ineffective against zombies above the second level, and the soldiers without superpowers have too little time to train. They will die in just a few rounds facing zombies above the second level. The weapons you modified can greatly improve their survival rate, but this is only for a short time. After a long time, when their strength has improved, your superpowers will still be very important, but they will not be able to solve the urgent problem, like they do now. Moreover, our Legion does not have the saying that we will not participate in battles because of our special superpowers. Even in the logistics regiment, although most of the people do not participate in battles, they cannot be exempted from daily morning exercises and training. Hearing her words, Zuan Qian felt relieved, and at the same time, was very curious about the special training methods that Sasha mentioned vaguely. However, she did not rush to ask. After all, since the other party did not hide it, he did not mean to hide it from her. Maybe she had just joined, and it was not the right time yet. We are here. Qianxuan, who had been listening to their conversation quietly, spoke. At this time, they had arrived at the door of a tent. Chapter 68 Baby. The three of them walked into the tent. Qianxuan took out a large adult bathtub from the space, filled it with water, left all kinds of bathing supplies and replacement clothes, and went out with Sasha. Zuan Qian, who was still in the tent, was still stunned. She couldn't come back to her senses when she saw Qianxuan take out so many things out of thin air. When she came to her senses, she found that Qianxuan and Shasha had already walked out. Seeing the complete bathing supplies in the tent, she couldn't care about anything else as she hadn't taken a bath for more than half a month. She couldn't wait to take off her clothes and stepped into the bathtub. Her body, which was dried by the sun, was immersed in the gentle water, making her breathe a sigh of relief comfortably. Outside the camp, the group of refugees had recovered from the previous blow and just saw Zhuan Qian joining the other side. Their eyes suddenly lit up, and they didn't pay attention to the conversation between Wu Wan's and Zhuan Qian. When Zhuan Qian was taken away, they shouted that they also wanted to join Qianxuan. Suddenly facing the cruel reality, they were a little crazy and wanted to grab Qianxuan's last straw. However, apart from other things, just because they wanted the people of Silver Star to protect them, Wu Wan's and others would never let them join. Wu Wancheng and others saw that the situation was out of control, and they all winked at the soldiers around them. Soon, rows of soldiers stood up to block the camp. No matter how the refugees pushed and bumped, they could not break through the defense line and enter the camp. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Wu Wan's and others returned to the camp and continued their interrupted lunch. Meanwhile, Qianxuan and Shasha first filled their empty stomachs, reserved a large bowl of porridge and 5 steamed buns for Zhuan Qian, and then went to find Wu Wan's again. After everyone finished eating, Wu Wan's called all the captains to a meeting and informed everyone about the possible mutations of animals and plants. When the meeting ended, less than half an hour later, everyone knew the news, and when they went out to wash their faces or urinate, they also paid more attention to the plants around them. However, perhaps because they were too scared, the refugees showed unimaginable perseverance. They kept making noise from noon to dusk. The soldiers outside the camp were replaced one after another, but the hungry and weak people showed no signs of stopping. Finally, Wu Wanhao lost his patience and shot the leading refugee in the leg, which frightened them so much that they dared not make noise anymore. Despite this, when they started to hurry on their way, the refugees still followed them closely and could not get rid of them, no matter how hard they tried. After a few days, not to mention the top leaders of Silver Star, even the soldiers were tired of those sticky things. After all, they didn't want to expose that they had space props. Originally, when they were alone on the road, they could use them however they wanted. Now there were a lot of dogskin plasters behind them, and they had to be secretive when using space. Of course, they didn't gain anything in these few days. At least Zhuan Qian had begun to help transform all the ammunition in Qianxuan's hands, and a small part of the bullets had been put into use, and the effect was as good as expected. Because they had taken the defensive shots in advance, they found many mutant plants in the past few days. Qianxuan also transplanted some of them and took them back for a search. The strange thing is that so far, they have not found a mutant plant that can threaten humans. Of course, this does not mean that they hope that the plants will become able to cause casualties to humans after mutation, but intuitively, everyone does not think that things will be so simple, and they are afraid that humans will not take it seriously at the beginning and be caught off guard later. However, the only thing that makes them fortunate is that in the past 2 days, it is no longer as difficult to find mutant plants as before, because they found that as time goes by, all other plants around the mutant plants are gradually absorbed by them and withered. In this way, the mutant plants in a pile of dead grass are very conspicuous and no longer make people guard against them. At the same time, Qianxuan also found something that is very beneficial to her. She found that, if she absorbs the crystal cores in the mutant plants, the efficiency is half higher than that of absorbing the brain cores of zombies, and the energy she can absorb every day is also 30% more. Because of this, Qianxuan's ability has reached the 3rd level in recent days. Another thing was discovered on the way, which made everyone realize the strength of Lin Hui and Lin En. That day, they were traveling to a highway, and were about to stop to rest. When they went to the gas station on the highway and collected gasoline from the mailboxes of various vehicles, a crawler suddenly jumped out. The so-called crawler, also called a jumper, is actually the red-eyed monster before. It was the name that the government unified when Wu Wan's and the government held a meeting a few days ago. In addition, the baby zombies are called fast walkers, and the blue-eyed zombies are called slow walkers. Even so, Qianxuan still felt that her previous names were more appropriate. Listen, crawlers, jumpers, fast walkers, slow walkers, those who know are zombies, and those who don't know think they are the names of some toys or characters in cartoons watched by children. In her opinion, this itself shows the arrogance and frivolity of the government. Another point has been basically confirmed, but after reaching the 4th level, they will be transformed into crawlers or slow walkers. Not to mention the above, the sudden encounter with the crawler that day startled everyone, but there was no panic, and the team was still in order. Just when Wu Wanhao was about to attack, Lin Hui and Lin En rushed forward. Lin Hui awakened the power of strength, and Lin En awakened the power of speed. To be honest, these two powers are very common and not special. However, these two simple and unchanging powers played a role of more than 200% under the tacit cooperation of Lin Hui and Lin En. They were seen one in front and one behind. Lin Hui grabbed the root of the crawler's tongue, and Lin En grabbed the tip of the crawler's tail. Before the crawler's sharp claws could grab him, Lin Hui smashed the crawler's head with a punch, and the brain core jumped directly to the ground and rolled several times. From start to finish, it took less than 10 seconds. During this period, Lin Hui's strength of 1,000 pounds and Lin En's speed as fast as the wind only flashed, but they were not ignored. Everyone was stunned. Qianxuan thought that he could also kill a crawler in 10 seconds, but it would definitely not be so easy. At the same time, Qianxuan also discovered that Lin Hui and Lin En were not just taking advantage of the situation. They already had a method in the battle. It was an orthodox battlefield killing technique. Uncle Lin really had good intentions. At the same time, they also learned that grabbing the root of the creeper's tongue would prevent its tongue from popping out, and grabbing the tip of the creeper's tail would prevent its tail from twitching. At that time, Wu Wanse asked the two how they knew, but they were very ignorant, and just said that they didn't know anything, but they just felt that they should do it. Now, everyone was even more shocked. This was completely a natural fighting talent and a terrible fighting intuition. Although Qianxuan's intuition was also very accurate, it was actually completely a perception of danger created by Nonado's long-term adventure experience. It was not innate, and he could not directly rely on intuition to know the enemy's weaknesses in battle. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. Everyone couldn't help but roar in their hearts, and at the same time they were jealous. However, everyone's psychological quality was still very good. After being jealous for a while, they began to comfort themselves. That's a fool's luck, that's a fool's luck, and so on, until the psychological balance was achieved. Now, everyone realized that Lin Hui and Lin En were definitely two treasures. When they knew that Lin Hui and Lin En were already 4th level psychics, everyone was no longer jealous. When Lin Hui and Lin En gave the crawler's brain core to Wu Wanse did not accept it and asked them to keep it for their own advancement, but they said that they no longer needed it. After several inquiries and explanations, everyone knew that after reaching the 4th level, energy can already circulate in the body, and it can no longer absorb energy from the brain core. Instead, it must absorb energy from the air to advance. Hearing that it is no longer possible to absorb energy from the brain core after the 4th level, everyone was a little unbelievable. In this case, wouldn't the brain core be useless? However, they were still hesitating around the 3rd level, and they only had a little doubt and let it go. Anyway, the boat will be straightened out when the bridge comes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 Mutant Dog. Along the way, the Silver Star Air Force traveled at night, rested during the day, and tried their best to collect supplies. When it was almost October, the temperature had reached about 41 degrees, and it was still rising, with no trend of cooling down. Although everyone's physical fitness has improved greatly due to practice, and there are fewer people suffering from heat stroke and dehydration, it does not mean that everyone likes this kind of life in the oven. These days, Qianxuan, Shasha and Xuan Qian have gradually become familiar with each other. Since signing the magic contract and starting to practice, Xuan Qian has become more and more open and has a sense of belonging to the Silver Star Sky, and it has become very natural to get along with people. On this day, everyone talked about their experiences during the break. When the apocalypse came, I was working as a coach in the swimming pool in S City. Because it was summer, there were many people in the swimming pool, and naturally there were many zombies. After escaping from the city with great difficulty, everyone rushed to the shelter established by the government, but I was worried about my brother, so I started walking towards the capital alone. At first I could drive, but later I dared not drive, and had to walk. To be honest, in the apocalypse, zombies are scary, but sometimes the companions around you are the most important to guard against. I have seen a man push his girlfriend out to block the zombies, and I have seen some survivors who were injured by zombies in the team, but they concealed it, because they were afraid of death, and turned into zombies, to wipe out the entire team. There was even a man who sold his wife to others for a few bottles of water. Speaking of the journey from S City to now, Qian couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, she was not afraid, nor had she been desperate, but she still made it through. After a pause, she smiled brightly, but the end of the world is not without some benefits. At least I saw the true face of a sweeter. You know, I almost agreed to date him. Her tone was full of relief and fear, knowing that there must be a story, but since it has passed, Qianxuan and Shasha have no intention of asking. Anyway, it must not be a pleasant one. Shasha took a cool fan and fanned herself vigorously. Actually, I'm quite surprised. You had completely torn your face with your father back then. Why did you leave your brother at home and not bring him with you? Aren't you afraid that your stepmother or that half-brother will hurt him again? Qianxuan kicked her from the side. Really, she can say anything. Qian didn't mind. If Enian was my sister, I would probably keep him with me as you said, but he is a boy. He shouldn't be obsessed with the past and obsessed with things he can't get, so I left him in that family. I have helped him get rid of the biggest danger, and the rest depends on him. I hope he can grow up under the tempering and have the responsibility and mind of a man. There was soft expectation and persistence in her eyes. Qianxuan and Shasha were stunned. They all guessed in their hearts that she might have some difficulties or reasons for having to do so, but they didn't expect that the fact could be like this. At the same time, they also began to admire Qian. Not everyone can bear to let their children experience hardships. Qian is indeed cruel to Enian, and also cruel to herself. It's just that Qian really took great pains to consider the other party so far. It can be said that she is both a sister and a mother to Enian, and at the same time she also takes the responsibility of a father, guiding him to become a man who stands tall and upright. Enian is still young now. When he grows up, he will know how lucky he is. Although his mother died early and was neglected by his father, his sister gave him both maternal and paternal love. Seeing Qian's attentiveness to her brother, Qianxuan, who is also a sister, will begin to examine in her heart whether she is not attentive enough to her two brothers. It is said that her two brothers are more strange than each other. Qianyu is withdrawn and does not like to socialize with others. Apart from the mechanical research he is interested in, he is not interested in anything else. At the same time, he is very vengeful. Anyone who offends him will be secretly beaten to death by him. As for Qianxuan, he is a complete copy of his sixth uncle, with a bad temper and advocating violence. However, he also inherited Lizia's IQ, and his personality is completely mutated. He is neither Wu Wanhao's boldness nor Lizia's indifference, but a superior arrogance. Of course, Qianxuan's arrogance is not the kind of arrogance that a son of a noble family develops after birth, but is innate. According to Liu Yuan's recollection, when Qianxuan was young, he didn't even like to talk to his father. Other children's first expression besides crying was smiling or frowning, but Qianxuan rolled his eyes at Wu Wanhao. Since the government calculated the 8 major clans, Qianxuan set his first life goal as a terrorist to blow up the government building. Qianxuan carefully recalled the relationship between herself and her two younger brothers. The more she recalled, the weirder her face became. It seemed that the relationship between her, Qianyu and Qianxuan was mostly that they got into trouble and came to her to plead for them, or they were short of money and asked her for money. Embarrassing. Could it be that she was a legendary parent who doted on her children without limit and spoiled them into a dandy? No, what child and parent? She was only 1 year older than Qianxuan and 2 years older than Qianxuan, so he was not a parent. Moreover, Qianxuan and Qianxuan were not dandy, although their temperaments were a little unpleasant, their hobbies were a little weird, and their goals were beyond common sense. Here, Sasha handed a bag of sliced iced watermelon to Qianxuan. Then Qian, are you worried that your stepmother and others will do something to your brother? Yes, after all, it's not like before, and the law and morality are no longer effective. Qian was calm, not because she was not anxious, but because she knew that it was useless to be anxious. Just as Qianxuan ate a bag of watermelon and reached for the second bag, a noise came from the distance. The three of them looked at each other, stood up at the same time, and walked over there. A large group of people gathered together, and the three of them standing outside could only see a sea of heads. What's going on? Qianxuan asked, holding a soldier. I don't know, I just heard that it seems that those who have been following us went out to find food and encountered animal zombies and attracted the animal zombies here, and several people in our legion were killed. The soldier didn't look at her, but was still tiptoeing to look inside. The three were shocked. Now there are many teams out to collect supplies, and those in the camp have just come back to rest. Qian was so angry that she shouted to the crowd in front, "Get out of my way." Everyone covered their ears and turned back to glare at them, but once they saw them clearly, they all put away their anger and made way for them. Qianxuan did not dare to delay and walked in quickly, followed by Sasha and Qian. As soon as they entered, they saw a large open space in the middle. Linhui and Linen were cooperating with each other to deal with a mutant dog the size of a calf, and on the ground beside them lay 6 corpses wearing Silver Star uniforms and 2 mutant dog corpses, and more than a dozen injured soldiers were supported by their companions, while on the other side, 2 refugees were trembling and surrounded by more than a dozen people. At this time, Linhui and Linen had already dealt with the mutant dog. At the same time, without the cover of the mutant dog, Qianxuan also saw the large and small wounds on Linhui and Linen. They were shocked. You know, the strength of the two of them is among the best in the Legion. They dealt with the creepers so easily before. Why did 3 zombie dogs make them so embarrassed? What's going on? Qianxuan stepped forward and looked at the wounds on their bodies. Linhui touched his nose. These 3 mutant dogs can emit wind blades, but the power is not great. They can only cause flesh wounds. We were in a hurry to deal with them, so we didn't hide. This is the result. Qianxuan was relieved at first. After all, the strength of the zombie dogs was not strong enough to pose a fatal threat to them. Then she got angry. What do you mean you were in a hurry to deal with it, so you didn't hide? Do you think your bodies are made of iron or steel? Her tone was stern. Linhui and Linen were stunned by her sudden anger, and then a little at a loss. Seeing the anxiety in the 2 children's eyes, Qianxuan's heart softened, but she still warned, I hope this is the last time you don't care about your health. If this happens again, I will tell Uncle Wu that I will not take you to see my grandfather. When they heard that the old general would not take them to see their grandfather, the 2 of them became anxious and nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Seeing that they seemed to have taken her words to heart, Qianxuan's expression eased. Okay, you guys go and apply the medicine quickly. As she said that, Qianxuan pushed the 2 of them to the soldier, who was carrying a medical box. Chapter 70 Anger. After watching Linhui and Linen start applying the medicine, Qianxuan walked towards the 2 refugees who were surrounded. Seeing her approaching, those people spontaneously made way for her to enter the encirclement. Looking at the 2 young men who were obviously still young, but already cowering and hunched over, Qianxuan ignored them and turned to look at the soldier closest to her. Tell me what happened in detail. The soldier first glared at the 2 refugees, then said to her, when our team went out to collect supplies, these 2 men led 6 mutant dogs over and ran away. After the fight, they found that they were no match for them, so the team leader and a stronger soldier of that team stayed behind to cover their retreat, and the others came back to report the news. However, when they were halfway there, 5 mutant dogs caught up with them. Relying on modified bullets, they sacrificed 9 people and killed 2 mutant dogs. After some people finally escaped back to the camp, 6 seriously injured soldiers were caught and killed by the mutant dogs because of their serious injuries. Many soldiers in front of the camp were injured. Fortunately, Lin Hui and Linen appeared quickly, otherwise more people would have died. How did the 2 refugees encounter mutant dogs? You know, those refugees are very timid and afraid of death. Every time they look for food, they go to places where the mutant dogs have been to pick up leftovers, for fear of encountering zombies. The soldiers turned a blind eye to their behavior. Occasionally, they would feel compassion and leave some food for them. It was not much, not enough to fill them up, but they would not starve them to death. Logically, the places where the refugees went had been cleared, so where did the mutant dogs come from? I don't know about this. At this moment, the soldier was also a little confused and glared at the 2 soldiers fiercely. Didn't you see the young lady asking questions? Tell me what you know. The tone was like that of a bully. If it wasn't inappropriate now, Qianxuan would have laughed. The 2 refugees shivered with fear and stammered, we went to the milk powder processing plant, and those mutant dogs they were the guard dogs of that factory. Milk powder processing plant? Have we cleared that place? She vaguely remembered that there seemed to be no milk powder processing plant at the collection site today. No, a soldier opposite Qianxuan shouted at this time. Today I helped the chief of staff to issue task lists, and I have not seen any milk powder processing factory. We didn't mean it. My wife is about to give birth, but her health is not good. The doctor said before that she would not have milk, and the child can only eat milk powder, so I want to take a risk today. As he spoke, the refugee burst into tears. Me too. My son is less than 5 months old, but his mother has turned into a zombie. He hasn't had milk for more than a month, and has been eating soup all the time. He is getting thinner and thinner, and he gets sick every other day. He won't be able to survive without milk powder. Following closely, another man also began to cry. What is this? Seeking sympathy? So? Qianxuan said expressionlessly. The crying of the 2 refugees stopped abruptly, not understanding what Qianxuan was asking. Shouldn't she sympathize with them, stop pursuing what happened today, and then help them get some milk powder? Why is it different from what they thought beforehand? So what? Qianxuan repeated in a heavier tone, staring at the 2 disgusting faces covered with dirt, snot and tears. So our soldiers deserve to be killed by you? Because you are pitiful, those 17 lives can be written off? Because you have children to raise, your lives are more valuable than those 17 lives? One question after another, and by the end, his voice was already stern. The 2 refugees were stunned, no longer lucky as before, and they really began to be scared. On the contrary, the soldiers around them heard Qianxuan's words, and looked at them with more anger and a hint of sadness. Who do you think you are? Bang, bang, 2 guns shot at the legs of the 2 men. Qianxuan ignored the 2 men's screams, and continued to ask, do you think I'm a fool? Bang, bang, 2 more shots broke their legs, making the 2 men kneel on the ground and scream even more miserably. Do you think you would be alive today without the food that our soldiers deliberately left out for you? And what have you given back to them? Qianxuan waved her hand to disperse the soldiers who were gathered in a circle. She pointed a gun at their heads and asked them to look at the 6 corpses on the ground. Look at what you brought them. As soon as she finished speaking, she fired 2 quick bursts of shots with both hands, piercing their arms. At this time, the 2 refugees were tortured by the pain and were covered in cold sweat. They didn't even have the strength to scream. There was nothing in their hearts except fear. They only felt that this woman who used to look beautiful was a complete demon. They wanted to turn their heads, but Qianxuan's gun was pressed against their heads again, making it impossible for them to take their eyes off the 6 corpses. You think you are the only ones who have relatives? Did those 17 people jump out of the stone? After today, how many people do you know who have lost their sons, husbands, fathers, and brothers? Qianxuan was about to pull the trigger and send them on their way when suddenly a woman's scream came from outside the camp. Qianxuan looked over and saw a thin pregnant woman. Because of her thinness, her belly looked particularly scary. She was holding a thin baby in her arms. This pregnant woman was probably the wife of one of the refugees. She was holding the son of another refugee. She looked really pitiful, but Qianxuan was not moved at all. Since you don't have the ability to provide your children with food and clothing, don't give birth to them. Instead of letting them come to this world and suffer all kinds of hardships, it is better to let them be free in ignorance. Bang bang, 2 consecutive gunshots rang out, and the 2 refugees fell down, leaving a pool of blood beside their bodies. Seeing her husband die in front of her, the pregnant woman's emotions were completely out of control, and she punched and kicked the soldier who stopped her. You killed him. You killed him. You devil. You will be punished. You will not die well. I will not let you go. Qianxuan completely ignored the curse of the pregnant woman behind her, slowly put the pistol back into the space, and then walked away slowly. Be careful. At this time, Sasha's scream came from behind. Qianxuan's heart tightened, and she quickly took out Kangxi from the space, transformed it into a 2-handed dagger, blocked with her right hand, turned around and stabbed quickly with her left hand. Hiss, bang. Qianxuan looked at the back of her right hand, that was corroded for most of the time, and lowered her head to look at the thing that attacked her. It turned out to be a speedster. Are you okay? Sasha ran over panting, saw her corroded right hand, and quickly took out a bottle of water to help her wash it. Qianxuan endured the piercing pain, sweating all over her head and face, and Xuan Qian beside her quickly took out a handkerchief to help her wipe it. After a long while, the corrosive liquid on Qianxuan's hand was finally washed away. However, she saw that the skin and flesh on the surface had been corroded, and even the bones were exposed. Looking at the creepy hand with white bones exposed, Qianxuan generously cast a blessing of light on herself. In less than 2 seconds, her right hand had returned to white and smooth. Where did this speedster come from? Qianxuan looked at the speedster's body on the ground. Millimeters. Sasha raised her hand and pointed. The pregnant woman was cursing halfway, and this speedster tore open her belly and rushed towards you. Qianxuan looked over and saw that the pregnant woman was lying on the ground at this time, and large streams of blood flowed out of the wound on her belly like a faucet, flowing across a large area of the ground. The baby she was holding in her arms was thrown to the ground without any sound. It looked like it was already dead. Qianxuan still had no expression, and only told the soldiers to cremate the pregnant woman, the baby and the bodies of the 2 refugees together, and then left. Halfway through the walk, she paused and said, "Pass the order down. From now on, all teams that go out to collect supplies should not leave food for the refugees. Let them fend for themselves." Then she left without looking back. Sasha, who was following behind her, saw that she was in a bad mood and wanted to comfort her several times, but swallowed her words. She knew Qianxuan. Since she had killed the 2 refugees who were the culprit, she was no longer angry, but she was still upset because of the 17 lives that were lost in vain. Chapter 71 Return. Qianxuan did feel uncomfortable because of the 17 soldiers who lost their lives in vain, just as Sasha thought, but it was not just that. When she knew that the end of the world was coming, she had already made plans to take her family and friends to clean up the snow in front of her door in the end of the world. For several months, she always thought that she was doing well and never had any sympathy. Occasionally, she was kind twice. One was to Dongzi and the other was to the baby in Jie province who was protected by his mother, but that was just her tolerance and pity for the child, not kindness. Even this time, for those refugees, she never had any idea of sympathizing with the weak from beginning to end. Whether it was her, or the 5th uncle and others, they just didn't interfere with the compassion of those soldiers. The reason for not caring was that they didn't want to interfere too much with the freedom of those soldiers, and they also thought that those refugees would not cause any trouble. But unexpectedly, they capsized in the gutter in the end. After such a thing happened, the 3 of them no longer had the leisurely mood before, and even the watermelon that they thought was sweet and thirst quenching before, now tasted a little tasteless. In the evening, all those who went out to collect supplies returned to the camp one after another. Many people heard about what happened in the afternoon. In addition to being more awed by Qianxuan, the eyes they looked at the refugees behind them were no longer impatient and a little compassionate, but full of hostility and vigilance. Before dinner, Wu Wan's called everyone to a meeting again, this time to discuss the plan for mutant animals. According to Lin Hui and Lin En, the superpowers of mutant animals are the same as those of newly awakened superpowers. They are all first level at the beginning, but their physical strength is completely incomparable to that of humans. Afterwards, everyone discussed and decided not to send a single team to go on a mission alone, but to have several teams choose nearby locations to go on a mission so that they can better help each other and increase the survival rate. At the end of the meeting, Wu once issued a formal notice that it would not be allowed to help the refugees in any way in the future and let them fend for themselves. In the past, the senior executives present might have felt that it was too inhumane, but after something like today, even the best-tempered people expressed their agreement. At night, just as everyone was about to set off, the sky began to drizzle. Everyone was startled, fearing that it would rain continuously like last time. After half an hour, seeing that the rain was still drizzling, and it did not turn into a downpour like last time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Because they would arrive in the capital in a few days, Wu once hesitated for a moment, but still gave the order to hurry on in the rain. Perhaps because they wanted to see their relatives earlier, no one objected, and they only put on raincoats quickly, held umbrellas, and held protective shields. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but this time everyone accelerated their pace. In the middle of the night, the rain stopped, and the next morning, everyone stopped to rest in an abandoned factory. Fortunately, the group of refugees didn't know whether they had not been on the road with them at the beginning, or they fell behind halfway, and they could no longer be seen. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that they had finally gotten rid of the previous constraints. However, everyone thought things were too simple. When they had a good sleep and were ready to go, they found that the refugees had followed their team again. On the fourth day, they finally saw the gate of the capital. After the ID cards were checked by the city guards, the soldiers could not wait to enter the city. Qianxuan and Shashai accompanied Zhuan Qian to register for entry into the city and get their ID cards. Not far from them, the refugees who had been following them were also registering for entry into the city and getting their ID cards from other city guards. They seemed to be arguing about something, and she didn't want to listen. Just when Zhuan Qian's documents were processed, the city guards came over, saluted them, and then asked, "Those people said they were with you, and that you could vouch for them." Seeing the other party salute, as a habit for nearly 10 years, Qianxuan subconsciously saluted back, with a standard and skillful posture, and more momentum than the other party, which made the other party stunned. The city guard saluted, because he saw that the other party was from the Silver Star Sky, but he didn't expect to get a salute in return. The salute was more stylish than his own. The city guard looked at Qianxuan's face and suddenly remembered that the government and Hu Zhao seemed to have heard that the daughter of the head of the Silver Star Air Force seemed to be a very powerful supernatural person with silver hair and silver eyes, and they also heard that the other party was a retired major. "I want to ask, what is the guarantee you are talking about?" She didn't seem to have heard of it before. The city guard was stunned, thinking that the other party had just returned to the city, and then replied, "Because there are several symptoms of infection with the zombie virus now. Some people faint immediately, and some people lurk in the body for several days before breaking out. In addition to being caught by zombies, there are other ways of infection, such as being caught by animal zombies, or drinking contaminated water. But there is no instrument that can detect it now, so we can only be isolated. The longest incubation period so far is 72 hours. Of course, if there is a big force, like your Silver Star, who is willing to guarantee this process can be exempted, but the consequences are at your own risk." Are you saying that drinking contaminated water can also infect the zombie virus? Didn't it only make you sick and have diarrhea before? I heard that, as long as you boil the water, although it tastes fishy, it can still quench your thirst. Because of this, the people in the outer city don't die of lack of water. Speaking of this, the city guard also sighed. Since the earthquake and the heavy rain for several days, the water has become undrinkable. At that time, 1/5 of the people in the outer city became zombies, and the fighting force in the city was invested in the granary. Many people died, and it took a lot of effort to get rid of the zombies. So were the casualties in the city serious after the earthquake? Qianxuan took the opportunity to ask. That's not bad. After all, it was night, and it was rare to have a cool breeze, so many people came out to cool off. But many houses in the middle and inner city collapsed. By the way, do you want to guarantee those people? At the end, the city guard also remembered his purpose. We are not familiar with them. Qianxuan answered decisively. Why is that? I don't want you to do anything, just a few words and a signature. Yes, it won't take up much of your time. After all, we have been on the same path for quite a while. That's right. Why are you so stingy? You won't even help me when it's convenient for you. The refugees behind her who heard her refusal started to denounce her one by one. Qianxuan raised her eyebrows. Did they know that they couldn't kill people in the city, so they became bolder? She ignored him and turned to the city guard and said, these people haven't even killed zombies. You have to be careful. It was a casual sentence, seemingly saying nothing, but it actually pointed out the key point. The city guard understood. Without killing zombies, the food and water they got were limited. Someone might have drunk the contaminated water. They had to be more careful. However, the refugees didn't understand Qianxuan's subtext and were still cursing. Qianxuan and Sasha ignored them and walked away. Instead, Xuanqian, who was walking at the end, frowned and turned back to glare at them. Your people have killed 17 of our soldiers with evil deeds, and now you have the nerve to ask us to guarantee you? Her tone was full of sarcasm. The voices of the refugees stopped abruptly, and then there were all kinds of sophistry. Xuanqian didn't listen either, just saying that the two refugees acted on their own and had nothing to do with them. She said this not for the sake of fighting, but to prevent them from maliciously slandering Yin Xingkang. After entering the city guards behind her heard her words clearly, and the look in their eyes when they looked at the refugees was no longer the usual one before, but undisguised disdain and contempt. Not to mention the end of the world. Even in peacetime, it is despicable to repay kindness with evil deeds. It's not that they easily believe Xuanqian's words, but the behavior of these refugees is too shameless, so they naturally lean towards Xuanqian. Chapter 72 Celebration Banquet. After entering the city, Xuanqian asked Qianxuan and Sasha to stop, because she had to go find her brother. Seeing the nervousness and urgency on Xuanqian's face, the two did not say much, but gave her the address of Yin Xingkang, and asked her to come over after finding her brother. As soon as she returned home, Qianxuan was hugged by her parents and grandparents. There was no way. The Wu family was a typical family that valued girls over boys. For a while, a large group of people blocked the gate and chatted about each other. Just as Qianxuan came out of her grandmother's arms, she heard a familiar voice with joy that she had not heard for a long time. Sister. Sister. Qianxuan's eyes flashed with surprise, and she quickly looked up at the source of the voice. Qianxu. Qianxuo. After saying that, she had already rushed forward and hugged the two tightly. Rarely, these two brothers who were not frank at all in the past did not push away her arms and gently hugged her back. After finally calming down her excitement, Qianxuan let the two go and looked them up from head to toe. Neither of them lost weight, but became stronger and more masculine, but their skin was tanned into bronze. Especially Qianxu, who used to have the aura of a scholar, but now he is more sturdy. In just a few months, the two have grown a lot. The slight arrogance between Qianxu's eyebrows has disappeared, replaced by peace and confidence. As for Qianxuo, he is still flamboyant, but less impetuous and more mature, and the arrogance that was visible at a glance has become more restrained. You have awakened superpowers? Qianxuan asked curiously, looking at Qianxu's dark golden eyes and Qianxuo's light golden eyes. Qianxu's tone was light. It is the decomposition and fusion of metals, which is already the 4th level. His voice was as clear as spring water. Qianxuo raised his chin slightly. Mine is blasting. Also the 4th level. His voice was very low, with a low voice unique to men. Qianxuan heard that they did not make any mistakes, and they were all abilities that matched their personalities, and were very practical. By the way, besides us, Xuangyuan is back too. Qianxuo pointed in a direction with his chin. Qianxuan looked over and saw Sasha being held in the arms of a man, her face flushed with shyness. The man was tall, handsome with an evil look in his face, and when he looked at Sasha, there was a hint of tenderness and doting in his eyes. Who else could it be but Yuan? Did you come back before or after the earthquake? Qianxuan did not bother the couple who had reunited after a long separation and continued to ask the two of them. We came back before the earthquake. By the way, sister, where are our space rings? Qianyu looked at Qianxuan with a hint of expectation in her eyes, and even Qianzhao, who was standing beside her, looked at her. Qianxuan quickly took out the box and asked them to choose the ring. After they dripped blood to recognize the master, she couldn't wait to ask, you have already tested your talents. What are the results? Magic is high level wind, spirit is cyan, and fighting spirit is low level water. This is Qianyu. Thunder is high level, green, and fire is medium level. This is Qianzhao. All good. Qianxuan expressed relief. Was the old house damaged badly in the earthquake? Even the mountain was shattered. She didn't think the old house could be unscathed. Qianzhao put his hand on her shoulder. 1/3 of it was damaged, and it has been roughly repaired, but it can't stand any more tossing. There was an imperceptible worry in his tone. When Qianxuan heard it, she felt very upset. Everyone went into the house and arranged the soldiers below. Everyone gathered in the living room to talk about what happened recently. At this time, Qianxuan found two big dogs lying on the carpet that could not be ignored. Is this the crown prince and the snow fairy? Qianxuan's tone was very hesitant. It's not her fault. Although the Tibetan Mastiff is a large dog, she has never seen one as big as a cow. If it weren't for the familiar fur color, she would definitely not recognize it. Maybe they heard their name, and the two dogs looked up. Seeing that it was Qianxuan, the crown prince still growled twice to greet him as usual, and then lay back down. As for the snow fairy, she stood up excitedly and trotted to Qianxuan, sniffing and nuzzling her affectionately, and finally rested her head on her lap, unwilling to move. Qianxuan was still a little silly, but her hands habitually began to comb her hair, making the snow fairy purr comfortably. Sissy and Yuan also surrounded her, touching and rubbing the snow fairy who had changed a lot. Fortunately the snow fairy had a good temper. As for Yixin, she was already hugging the crown prince gently and warmly. Liu Yan put the tea and juice on the tray on the coffee table. It happened a week ago. They were in a coma for several days before that. We were so worried, but luckily they survived the infection and didn't turn into zombies. A few days ago, many pets in the inner city turned into zombies, and many died. We just suppressed the situation last night. It's even worse in the mid-city and outer city areas. There are all kinds of zombies, rats, and insects, making it uneasy. The most terrifying thing is that the tigers and lions in the zoo have mutated. Although they haven't turned into zombies, they have started to eat people. Qianxuan was not surprised. Grandma, tigers and lions are man-eaters. It's just that they were locked in cages before, and now they have regained their original wildness. This is already good. After all, they only want to eat people when they are hungry, and zombies eat people when they see them. If only we had raised a tiger or leopard before, it would be very majestic now, Sissy said whimsically. Not wanting to pay attention to Sis's daydreaming, Qianxuan quickly changed the subject. By the way, what's the situation with the government and Hu Zhao who came back earlier than us? Wu Wanli was rarely happy. Hu Zhao is fine, but the government is in a terrible state. There are only more than 10,000 people left. I heard that during the earthquake, nearly half of the people fell into the cracks in the ground with their cars, and nearly half of the food was lost. At the end, he was even more gloating. Hearing this news, Wu once was not happy, but his face was solemn. What about the changes in power in the capital now? The fire dragon has disbanded, and although Hu Zhao's strength has been damaged, the impact is not great. As for the government, it is still alive even after its death. The biggest change is the various hunting groups of all sizes. Recently, the number of people in the capital has dropped by 1/3 after several changes. Those hunting groups have begun to swallow each other up and form groups, which are also considered to be a considerable force. However, this kind of alliance-like relationship is too fragile. As long as you are determined, it is not difficult to break it. Wu Wanli did not ignore the understanding of the situation outside. Because they had been apart for several months, everyone had a lot to talk about. They talked for most of the day. If it wasn't for dinner time, and they were worried about the celebration banquet for the trip to the granary in the evening, they would have continued chatting. Wu Wanli gave an order and everyone gathered on the playground for morning exercise. In front of everyone, Qianxuan and others took out the harvest of this trip to the granary from the space. Looking at the bags of rice, various canned flours, guns, and ammunition, and various non-staple foods piled up into small mountains, they calculated in their hearts that these things would last them for several years, and those guns and ammunition would add a safety bolt to their lives. The soldiers cheered and hugged each other, and everyone showed satisfaction and pride on their faces. Long live the silver starry sky. I don't know who suddenly shouted this sentence in a funny way. The crowd was silent at first, and then the overwhelming "Long live the silver starry sky" spread continuously. Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs, without any reservation, shouting out their excitement and their pride. For half an hour, until everyone's throat was hoarse, they were still full of excitement and high spirits. At this time, the logistics team brought in tables one after another, filling the entire playground, and then all kinds of food that had been prepared long ago were served. Rice, sweet and sour pork ribs, stewed beef with potatoes, cold cucumber, shrunken green beans, mushroom chicken soup, stir-fried water spinach, braised pork knuckle, tomato egg soup, and boxes of iced beer. Before the end of the world, these things were even considered shabby for ordinary people to entertain guests, but in the end of the world, they are absolutely luxurious and rich, and VIP treatment. Wu Wanhao waved his hand generously. "Boys, eat as much as you can for me. Today I will have enough food and enough wine." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already picked up a bottle of beer and gulped it into his mouth. Oh, although everyone's throats were hoarse, the sound of their response did not lower the decibel at all. Chapter 73 Plan. For a while, the soldiers on the playground began to eat and drink. After a few bottles of wine, they started chatting about everything. Those who participated in the granary trip began to talk about the hardships on the road, and during the battle, the jokes during the mission, and the sacrifice of their comrades. Those who stayed behind began to talk about the various changes in the capital during this period, and the various surprises when the animals mutated. Various laughter, crying, and cheering kept coming. Although noisy, it was not offensive. If you listen carefully, you will even resonate with those sounds. That is life, with happiness, sadness, fear, excitement, hope, and despair. Whether life is cheering or wailing, the firmness of the heart makes them keep going, no matter what hardships they encounter. On this side, Qianxuan and Shasha, Zhuangyuan, Qianyu, Qianxiao, Qianian, Qianming, and Qianqiu gathered around a table. Qianxuan sipped the chicken soup in small sips. "Brother Zhuang, Qianyu, Qianxiao, have you been to the shelter?" She was very curious about those shelters, built after the end of the world. As soon as she said that, Shasha and the others also looked at the three people curiously. Qianxiao threw away a piece of bone he had just chewed, took a sip of cold beer, and raised his eyebrows. "Qianyu and I have been to the W City shelter. It was so chaotic. There were conflicts every few days. Because it was next to a granary, few people went out hunting. It was so boring." At the end, he showed his impatience. "Well," Qianyu agreed on the side, "compared to the large shelter of W City shelter, it is a small shelter called Qianxuan base that we have been to that is more pleasing. Qianxuan base was built on the basis of a prison. There are only a few 100,000 people. The person in power is the original warden of that prison, and the people below are also very convinced of him. Although it is small, its system is relatively complete. Although the order is not as good as before the end of the world, it is still good, at least much better than the W City shelter." It is rare that Qianyu said so many words at once, which shows that he is really optimistic about this Qianxuan base. "I don't think so." Qianxiao objected. "You think Qianxuan base is good because the warden didn't want to force us to stay like the people in W City base. I don't think that's democracy. It's just that the warden is more cautious and wary of our strength, afraid that forcing us to stay will cause a loss of their troops." Qianyu curled his lips and didn't argue with him. Qianyun raised his eyebrows. "Force you to stay?" His tone was half smile. Qianxiao, who was always arrogant, actually showed depression on his face. There were countless zombies in H City at that time. The two of us were unconscious for a day because of awakening superpowers. When we wanted to escape from the hotel, we found that the whole hotel was surrounded by zombies. There was no way, we could only unite with other survivors, and hundreds of people forced their way out. Later, we found a car. However, when we left the city, there were only a dozen people left out of hundreds of people. At that time, Qianxuan and I were seriously injured and broke several ribs. It was those people who took care of us and protected us all the way to the shelter in W City. At that time, people with superpowers were still very rare. The researchers belonging to the government there had always wanted to study superpowers. They turned around and sold us out. If we hadn't resisted at the beginning and let them relax, we would definitely not be able to escape later. We might have become the guinea pigs of those crazy people. At the end, his face was full of anger. On the side, Qianxuan's face also tightened, with a sharp light in his eyes. It was obvious that this incident was a big blow to the two people who had been favored by the heavens since childhood, and they even regarded it as a stain on their lives. Ahem. Qianxuan cleared his throat. The W City shelter you mentioned is still good, but the Yuhei shelter I went to is really bad. There, in addition to those who are willing to go out to hunt zombies and collect supplies, there are also soldiers and people with special abilities, as well as their families. For others, men have to do hard labor, and women have to sell their bodies, and they can only get enough food to ensure that they don't starve to death. If they resist, they will not be given food, and they will starve to death. Men are okay, but many women are unwilling to compromise for food, and they really starve to death in the end. The government there doesn't care, thinking that these people will only waste food, and the more they die, the better. Contrary to his handsome and evil appearance, Qianxuan's voice is actually very gentle, completely like a playboy. No way. Qianxuan was surprised. This is too authoritarian. It's just trying to force ordinary people to death. What about those children and the elderly? Shasha and others on the side also looked incredible. Maybe the government there really wants all ordinary people to disappear, and it can save a lot of food. As for the elderly and children, no one cares about them at all, and they can only fend for themselves. Some are protected by their families, but the rest are miserable. There have been several cases of missing children in the shelter, all of whom were secretly killed and eaten. Qianxuan said with emotion while drinking beer. Eating people. Everyone gasped. Qianxuan nodded silently. There is no way. Those people have been driven crazy by the government, and there is nothing they can't do. Since some people were infected with the zombie virus and survived to become superpowers, many people have deliberately let zombies scratch their skin without fear of death. Although less than half of them succeeded, there are still people who continue to try. The government is also very happy to do it, and they wish everyone would do it. Crazy, crazy, Sasha murmured. Seeing that everyone's interest in eating was almost gone, Qianxuan quickly changed the subject. By the way, Brother Xuan, Qianzhao, what are your plans after you come back? Do you want to join the combat group or the logistics group? This time, several colleagues came back with me. I want to set up an assassination team. Qianxuan answered very straightforwardly, showing that he had thought about it a long time ago. Qianxuan's main job is a killer, and Qianxuan was not surprised by his answer. But, have you asked Grandpa? Wu Yuan has always been very opposed to Qianxuan's profession, and the two have had a few quarrels. Qianxuan was not in a hurry. It's okay. The old man used to oppose me to be a killer because it was too dangerous, and he was a little superstitious, thinking that being a killer would damage one's virtue and affect future generations. Now it's different. There is no danger in doing anything, and it is even more impossible to not get bloodstained, so it doesn't matter. Just talk to him well, he will understand. Speaking of Wu Yuan's superstition, it is not because he was born in a relatively early era, nor because he began to believe in ghosts and gods in his later years after a lifetime of killing. It is really a lesson learned from the past. The Qi family, one of the 8 major clans, has always been the family responsible for the safety of the 8 major clans, and can be said to be the strongest in terms of military strength. During the founding war, it was the Qi family that was responsible for the safety of the heads of the clans and protected the 8 clan leaders. The 8 major clans have always been headed by the Wu family, and most important decisions are made by the head of the Wu family, while the Yuan family and the Qi family protect the safety of the 8 major clans, one openly and one secretly. The rest, the Mo family is in politics, the Lu family is in the army, the Shi family is in business, the Zhuang family is in medicine, and the Zhu family is in literature. Unlike the Yuan family, which is like a shield in the open, the Qi family in the dark has always been a spear, adhering to the principle that attack is the best defense, and killing to stop killing. In this way, the Qi family has naturally taken a lot of lives. I don't know why. Starting from the head of the Qi family, who is of the same generation as Wu Yuan, the Qi family has been a single lineage family. In that disaster, the Qi family was extinct, and not even a bloodline was left. Everyone else thought it was a coincidence, but Wu Yuan was convinced that the Qi family had committed too many murders to protect their people, which would affect their offspring. He was convinced of this and no one could persuade him. He didn't even think about it. If he had committed less murders on the battlefield, wouldn't he still have many children and grandchildren? After hearing Zhuang Yuan's answer, and knowing that he always had his own opinions, Qianxuan didn't say much. She just told him to tell Wu Wanse, and turned to ask her 2 younger brothers, "What about you?" Qianyu bit her lip for a long while before she made up her mind and said, "I want to set up an energy research laboratory." Qianxuan didn't reject it immediately, but asked carefully, "Can you tell me what you think?" She didn't think her brother was a person who couldn't see the current situation clearly and only cared about his own interests in the dangerous end times. "I have been researching since I got the zombie brain core. The energy in the brain core can actually be regarded as an energy source similar to oil, electricity, solar energy, and thermal energy. Now that the Earth's magnetic field has changed, all kinds of electrical appliances are affected and cannot be used. I want to try to use the brain core instead of electricity, and I also want to try to use the brain core to transform various weapons." When talking about his ideas, Qianyu became slightly excited, with bright light in his eyes. "It's a good idea." Qianxuan also expressed his appreciation. Before Qianyu was happy, he changed the subject, "But your idea is too vague. The investment, funds, and researchers of the laboratory have not been taken into consideration. You should discuss it with your 5th uncle first." Qianyu was a little disappointed, but Qianxuan did not refuse it outright. He still left room for maneuver. As long as Wu Wanse could be persuaded, he would cheer up again when he thought of this. Chapter 74 Playfulness. Seeing Qianxuan looking at him, Qianxuan wiped the beer foam from the corner of his mouth and said, "I heard that you formed an eagle team. I plan to form one for fun too, and then we can compete with each other. It's up to you." Qianxuan picked up a piece of pork knuckle with chopsticks. "But you don't have to bring up this matter specifically. In my opinion, it won't be long before Silver Star will be reorganized." "What do you mean?" Qianming raised his eyebrows and became interested in her words. Qianxuan was not in a hurry. She finished chewing the pork knuckle slowly before saying, "You see, zombies are evolving so fast now. There are crawlers, fast walkers, and slow walkers, as well as mutant animals and plants. In the past, zombies were not yet a big deal, so it was okay to have more people, and it was relatively safe. But it's different now. When there are more people, the smell will definitely be stronger. If you accidentally attract powerful mutant animals, it will be equivalent to annihilation of the entire army. In this case, it is better to operate in a small team. As long as you are careful, you don't have to face completely unpredictable enemies. It is difficult for other forces to implement such a method. After all, the gap in strength between psychics and ordinary people is too big, but our Silver Star warriors either practice fighting spirit or magic, and their average strength can leave them several blocks behind. Moreover, no matter whether it is magic or fighting spirit, after practicing to a certain level, except on the battlefield, they are more suitable for team combat. I think the same is true for psychics." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was thoughtful. "But," Qianxuan took a sip of beer, "if all teams fight, won't it be too chaotic?" Qianxuan put his hand on the table. Everything has its pros and cons, but as long as the system is perfect and the management is proper, there won't be too many problems. However, these are not our turn to worry about. Uncle Wu will solve them. Qianxuan thought so he didn't say anything. I think this is good. Shasha handed the empty beer bottle in her hand to Zhuangyuan. In this way, Silver Star Sky will definitely be very interesting in the future, with all kinds of teams with their own characteristics. Qianming smiled. What you said makes sense. Each team will have its own strengths. Some are good at attacking, some are good at defending, some are smart and changeable, some are good at deception, and some have tacit cooperation. Moreover, in this way, the assassination team that Yuan wants to establish does not need to be specially applied for. Just form a team that is good at assassination. When everyone heard it, it was indeed the case. By the way, Shasha, you are not young anymore, and brother Zhuang is back. When will we be able to drink at your wedding? Qianxuan asked Shasha teasingly, rolling her eyes. Hearing his proposal, Zhuangyuan's eyes lit up, and he gave Qianxuan an admiring look. Ah. Shasha was confused by Qianxuan's sudden question, and when she saw the look Zhuangyuan gave Qianxuan, she blushed with shame. That, we are still young. No, that's not right. Now is the end of the world. No, that's not right. My sister and my second brother haven't come back yet. Look, she stuttered when she spoke. Puff, everyone couldn't help laughing. Even Zhuangyuan couldn't help laughing. Shasha was stunned, and then she became angry. Zhuangyuan hasn't proposed to me yet. Why should I marry him? Her voice was fierce. As soon as she said it, she realized what she had said, and her already red face became even redder, feeling ashamed. As soon as she said it, everyone had different reactions. Qianxuan gave Sasha a thumbs up in her heart. Good job, you finally got brave enough to ask Zhuangyuan to propose to you. Qianming and others started to make a noise. Oh, so you are not happy that Yuan did not propose to you. Yuan, this is your fault. When Zhuangyuan heard this, he first thought about it, and then nodded, as if he had been taught. It seems that he really intends to propose to Sasha. Seeing his reaction, Sasha was too embarrassed to face anyone. So, in order to divert attention, he rushed towards Qianxuan. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. As soon as she saw the posture, Qianxuan knew that she was really angry and was going to tickle her. She would naturally not just sit there and die, leaving her job and running away. How can you blame me? Don't I care about your lifelong happiness? But you are not grateful, and you repay kindness with enmity. While running, she laughed and argued. On the side, Zhuangyuan and others watched the two people playing with indulgence, without any intention of intervening. Sasha was so angry that her teeth were itching. I'll take care of you. As she said that, she moved faster. She was about to chase after him, but she found that Qianxuan had stopped there for some reason. She couldn't miss the opportunity, so she quickly pounced on her to tickle her. But as soon as she touched her body, Qianxuan slapped her hand away. Don't make trouble. Look, is that Qian over there? Her finger pointed to the other side of the playground. Although Sasha suspected that she was being tricked, she still looked in the direction of her finger. It's her. Qian was holding a boy and standing there in a daze. The two looked at each other, said hello to Zhuangyuan and others, and then walked to the other side. When they got closer, they found that Qian had a strange look on his face. It was unclear whether he was crying or laughing. He seemed to be distracted and didn't even notice that they were so close. The boy standing silently next to her should be her younger brother, who looked about 16 or 17 years old. Unlike Qian, who was only slightly pretty, he was actually a rare beautiful boy, but his eyes were swollen and red, and he had obviously cried. Qian. She was still absent-minded, after being called several times. It was her brother who found them, and pulled her back to her senses. What are you doing? Qian turned to look at her brother who was pulling her. Qian did not speak either, but silently pointed at Qianxuan and Shasha. Qian looked at them, and reacted a little slowly. Qianxuan, Shasha. She spoke word by word, obviously still a little distracted. Now, Qianxuan and Shasha were a little worried. It seemed that her brother had been found, and things should be going smoothly. Why did she look so worried? Did something unexpected happen? Qianxuan frowned and patted her face twice. You look like this. What happened? Yes, if it's a difficult problem, tell us. Even if we can't help, we can help you think of a solution. Shasha followed. Hearing their words, Xuan Qian came back to her senses completely and was very entangled for a while. She was touched by the concern of her new friends, but also a little amused. Qianxuan and Shasha saw that Xuan Qian didn't want to embarrass them, so she didn't want to tell them. Now, the two of them were a little anxious, and Shasha was even more angry and said, "Do you think I can't know if you don't tell me?" This time, Qianxuan and Shasha's fuss calmed Xuan Qian's originally uneasy mood. Xuan Qian smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just feel a little emotional." At this time, her tone was relieved. "Really? What could make you feel so emotional?" Qianxuan and Shasha both looked at her with suspicion. "Really?" Xuan Qian answered very confidently. Seeing that the two were still half believing and half doubting, she explained, "Something happened in my family. After the apocalypse, Xuan Ming turned into a zombie and was killed by An Yan, who had awakened his superpowers. After Yang Yan came back, she made a big fuss and demanded that An Yan pay for her son's life. My father didn't help Yang Yan, but accused her of being unreasonable. Later, Yang Yan tried to kill An Yan several times, but my father resolved them one by one. A few days ago, a mutant lion from the zoo passed by my house. Yang Yan pushed An Yan out to die, but it was my father who pounced on him and was bitten on the neck by the mutant lion instead, and finally lost his life." After saying this, Xuan Qian couldn't help but sigh in her heart that things are impermanent. "What about Yang Yan?" Shasha asked curiously. She was pushed to the hungry mutant lion by An Yan. As she said this, Xuan Qian glanced at her brother who had been silent beside her. When Qianxuan heard this, she thought it was nothing special and rolled her eyes, saying, "Okay, I know what happened, but I'm still curious about what you're feeling." Xuan Qian's face wrinkled. "In my father's eyes, the most important thing has always been Yang Yan and her son. He has always ignored An Yan. I'm a little uncomfortable with the fact that he would quarrel with Yang Yan for An Yan and even risk his life for An Yan. That's simple. It's the nature of father and son. As parents, they will favor one child, but they will never stop loving their own children." Qianxuan received her father's full love in this life. Although she didn't receive her father's love in her previous life, she always thought that it was because the two had never gotten along, so there was no affection. Such Qianxuan, it has to be said, is still too naive. Xuan Qian hadn't responded yet, but Xuanian, who had been silent, suddenly looked up and retorted excitedly, "No, I heard Dad and Yang Yan arguing. He said that Yang Yan can no longer have children, but he can't live without a son. The Zhu family needs someone to carry on the family line, so he will." At the end, his voice became choked and tears appeared in his eyes. Chapter 75, Horrifying Theory. Qianxuan was startled. She didn't expect that what she said would cause such a big reaction from Xuanian. Seeing his face full of stubbornness and resentment, his back straight, tears in his eyes, he looked like he was trying his best to stay strong after being hurt to the extreme, and she couldn't help but sigh. She reached out and touched Xuanian's head. "Don't be resentful, and don't be unwilling. No matter how many faults your father has, he died to save you. This is a fact. Resentment and unwillingness can't make you happy. You must learn to be grateful and learn to be tolerant." She said these great truths, and she was also true for herself. However, she couldn't let go of the innocent child who died in vain. Her hatred had long been rooted in her soul. If she wanted to remove it, she would have to die. Hearing Qianxuan's words, Xuanian subconsciously wanted to refute, but when he looked up, he saw her expression, and the words that came to his mouth naturally went into his stomach. He couldn't tell what it felt like. The friend of his sister in front of him had a calm face and gentle concern in his eyes, but he vaguely felt the turbulence under the calm, always waiting for the opportunity to break out of the mirror. Xuan Qian did not notice anything unusual about her brother and just followed Qianxuan's words and said, "Qianxuan is right. Don't let a little resentment and unwillingness limit your steps. You are still young, your life has just begun, and you still have a long way to go. Even if you cannot be grateful and tolerant for the time being, learn to let it go. After a few more years, when you look back, you will realize how insignificant the resentment and unwillingness at this moment are. Yes, little brother. Sasha also advised, learn to cherish what you have. Although your father's love for you is not pure, you can't blind yourself to other things because of it. You have to think about your sister. For you, she walked all the way from S City to the capital, and was in danger of life and death several times. When Xuanian heard Sasha mention what Qian had done for him, his nose was sore and his tears were out of control. Okay. Qian came forward and hugged him in her arms, stroking his back gently. Don't cry. You are already 17 years old. You are no longer a child. Why are you still hiding in your sister's arms and crying? Although the words were impolite, the tone was soft. It would have been better if she didn't say anything. Once she said it, Xuanian cried even harder. He was crying silently at first, but now he opened his throat and cried like a child. Xuanian cried for half an hour, crying out the grievances, resentment, and unwillingness for many years. After crying, he seemed to have let go of something. His face was refreshed, and his spirit was no longer depressed. Okay, one of you cried for a while, and the other has been on a journey. You should be hungry. Let's take you to eat. Qianxuan blinked mischievously, and she and Sasha each held one and walked forward. Back to the original dining table, Qianxuan served the two people rice, and picked up the half-eaten bowl and started eating. Fortunately, the weather is hot now, so the food doesn't affect the taste, even if it gets cold. Qianming and the others had already finished their meal. They were drinking a bottle of beer. Seeing them coming back, they quickly asked someone to take away the leftovers and put a new table of food on the table. Seeing these home-cooked dishes that they hadn't eaten since the end of the world, the hungry siblings ate and drank without any courtesy. After the meal, after removing the bowls and plates, Qianxuan took out peanuts, beef jerky, squid shreds and other snacks from the space as snacks. Everyone had a bottle of beer, and even Xuanian was allowed by Qian to drink some beer today. By the way, Qian, what is your brother's ability? Sasha threw a peanut into her mouth and chewed it with a crunch. Qian curled the corners of her mouth and showed a proud smile. It's to control plants. Even Xuanian, who was still in a low mood, smiled when he heard them talk about his ability, which shows that he is still very satisfied with his ability. Sasha was surprised. How do you control it? Qian didn't say anything, but looked at her brother. Xuanian understood and stretched out his right hand, but a vine over 1 meter long quickly grew out of his palm. He was about to do something, but was stunned and looked at his sister in a bit of a loss. Qian understood and explained to Qianxuan and Sasha, Enian is already at the 3rd level. His vines can pull out a crack of nearly 1 meter in the ground and can also crush very hard objects, but obviously, he can't be allowed to destroy it at will. The two didn't mind, but Qianxuan raised a question. Is the vine on your brother's palm fixed to this length, or can it be controlled at will? It can be controlled at will, but the longer the vine, the more energy it requires. This time it was Xuanian who stood up to answer her question. At this time, Xuanyuan raised an eyebrow. This ability is somewhat similar to my ability. The tone was very surprised. Before everyone could say anything, Sasha screamed and walked forward to grab his arm angrily. You didn't tell me that you awakened your superpowers. She didn't hide her dissatisfaction at all. Everyone was also surprised. After all, Xuanyuan still had black hair and black eyes. Could it be that he activated his superpowers like Sasha and his appearance changed? Xuanyuan was not anxious about Sasha's anger. He slowly stroked her hair. We have been apart for so long. It's not easy to meet each other. Who would have thought of such a disappointing thing? The words were very ordinary, but after careful consideration, they were very obscure sweet words. It took Sasha a long while to hear the hidden meaning in his words. Her cheeks blushed, and she diverted everyone's attention and said, then what is your superpower? There was no more anger in her tone, and it was sweet that she didn't even notice. But Xuanyuan didn't ignore it. A smile appeared in the corner of his eyes, and then he stretched out his right hand like Xuanian. Similarly, something quickly appeared in his palm, but it was not a vine, but an inch-long black spike-like unknown object. What is this? Sasha reached out to touch it curiously. Zhuang Yuan was startled by her action and quickly moved the spike on his right hand away. Don't touch it, it's poisonous. He was still worried about grabbing her restless hand with his left hand. My superpower is actually a special alloy, very sharp, and it's easy to get hurt if you're not careful. When she heard that it was poisonous, Sasha's hand trembled, and she stopped making trouble and let Zhuang Yuan hold it obediently. You said it's poisonous? Qianxuan was surprised. It was the first time she heard of a superpower related to poison. Yes, Zhuang Yuan took back the black thorn in his palm. It's a nerve poison. Qianyu was surprised. Are nerve poisons effective against zombies? In his opinion, zombies are already walking corpses, and they shouldn't be affected by poisons. It's effective. Zhuang Yuan let go of Sasha, who began to struggle. It should be said that among all kinds of poisons, only nerve poisons are effective against zombies, and other poisons that act on blood and internal organs have no effect on zombies. Why do you say that? Qianming also became interested. Zhuang Yuan began to talk about his discoveries along the way. Now everyone knows that the zombie's head is his weakness, but that's not true. The reason why the zombie can no longer move after the head is cut off is actually because the spinal nerves are cut, cutting off the connection between the zombie's brain core and the body. The life of a zombie is very strange, and the brain core is their foundation. To be precise, as long as the brain core is still there, the zombie is not dead. For example, if we capture a zombie alive and then cut open its head like a brain surgery and replace its original brain core with the brain core of another zombie, then it will continue to live, but it is actually another zombie. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying theory, and Qianxuan's mind flashed back to the time when she shot an arrow through the throat of the slow walker in Qianxuan granary. Although she didn't hit the head, the slow walker still fell down. Is this your guess, or has it been verified? Qianming's expression was very solemn. Zhuang Yuan spread his hands. I also hope it is a guess, but unfortunately it is not. The one who came back with me this time is a secret doctor who is not well known, but has top medical skills. He has personally experimented with the brain surgery I mentioned. When everyone heard this, they were all silent. After a long while, Qianxuan saw that the atmosphere suddenly became depressing, so she wanted to adjust the atmosphere. After all, today was a celebration banquet. After turning around, she saw Sasha. Her eyes lit up. Sasha, you said that brother Zhuang didn't tell you about his superpowers. Did you tell him about yours? Sorry, Sasha, please sacrifice yourself and entertain everyone. Sure enough, Sasha's body stiffened. Her eyes rolled around guiltily, and she subconsciously retreated. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.